back in the 90s. So you can imagine like a kind of like a workshop for games, especially at that level for beginners, was like, very beginner level, like Zelda kind of thing or whatever. I believe what they did with this game was they created a whole bunch of assets and programmed them to function. Like the door, the vent opening, climbing on the walls, climbing on the grates, the ladders, and responses to different sort of interactions within the world. And they did not make any different changes whatsoever at all. The only things that they did was that they changed the skin and look of everything. Otherwise, every level is pretty much the same. Every level operates the same. It has the same sort of feel, where it just maybe has a little bit of a different skin or lighting or shading, but it's essentially just plug and play, like copy paste. They literally copy pasted everything in every different level from the level before it. And I think it is like the most lazy made game I have ever come across. How this was $300 million or whatever, $300 million blows my mind as well. But when you have the Acolyte costing just about 300 million, yeah, it's really no surprise at this point with them. So the game overall is you're kind of like a bounty hunter named Kay Vess, and you have to get in with different cartels, different crime syndicates. You can be in with the Huts, the Pike syndicates, the Crimson Dawn, whatever, so on and so forth. Through it all, it's literally every level is the same thing, where you have an objective to get some information or something from a computer or get a key or whatever it might be from one of these crime syndicates. And you have to crawl your way through. It's all stealth, and retrieve the objective, and then crawl your way back. Try not to get caught or seen, and then bring it back to whoever whoever hired you. And you do this enough times, and you eventually get in with different crime syndicates, and that like ups your level of status with them, so you can get into like their areas that are more confidential, or group members or clan members or whatever it is that are allowed in there. And this sort of opens up other tasks within the game, but the tasks are literally the same. Like, it's the exact same thing all the way through. And in order to get from one place to another, if you're not within the same freaking little city that's like super confined, then you're essentially using a speeder bike that you have to upgrade like crazy throughout the whole game. And the upgrades really aren't that special at all. To go from probably 1 mile an hour to maybe 5 miles an hour at most with a boost, maybe you're getting up to like 7 to 10 miles an hour while you're traveling on this thing. And it's really underwhelming. Like, it just does not feel like a thrill at all when you're on the speeder bike, which it should, or when you're playing the game. You can upgrade your blasters, but that also takes a lot of time. You got to like find different components and stuff, and that in itself is super annoying, so annoying and basic and redundant that the devs actually had a turn off option to bypass the ridiculousness of searching through crate boxes, which is literally the same copy paste bullshit that they had throughout the whole game, where you take a lockpick and you have to decipher the code. You got to hit the right trigger at those time intervals. Deet, deet, deet. And then you get to open the crate. Sounds fun. Maybe the first, 40 times you do it, and then the other 10,000 times you have to do it every time you want to open something. It's really annoying and really redundant and just not clever or anything at all. Like Skyrim, for example, I felt like that was at least very skill-based. Like, there was a lot. Every lock was kind of different, and there were so many variables to it. It wasn't just like deet, 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 deet. Not even that. There's like 3 beeps, and then you have to figure it out. The game is extremely basic. It was something that was put together half-assedly, I feel like. There were probably so many problems that made this thing cost $300 million. The graphics, I'm pretty sure my PS3 had the same graphics. I didn't even have a PS3, so my GameCube had the same graphics as this, if not maybe even a little bit better. And I'm running this on a PC that is maxed out, next level PC. So there's no reason why the game should look as shitty as it does. And whether it's on console or PC, you see how the graphics are just unbelievably not of our time. They are like maybe 10 years ago at earliest. So I think the game, maybe they had some intention to create some sort of a open world game, and they really advertised it as such. But as a Star Wars game, it did not sell. It did not feel like it sold to me. It did not feel like a Star Wars game. It felt like you are a chick bounty hunter on, not even a bounty hunter, like a scoundrel that's just doing these menial jobs from henchmen and different cartel bosses that are telling you to go and retrieve this object, and then you have to stealth your way back. By stealth your way back, I literally mean you like crouch and hide your way back, but through the same copy-pasted environments as every other freaking level. So whether you're trying to like jump on a pole and then jump to another pole and then climb a little bit, and then crouch, 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 or go through an air vent and crouch through that and you get like a Doom perspective, and then you get out of the air vent, wait till the guy goes past, and then you get out again. So boring, so redundant, not fun. Very, very, very boring. Then the other thing was the NPC characters. I mean, you could literally crouch next to one and they wouldn't even notice that you're there. You could literally in a blaster fire of frenzy against 10 other stormtroopers and officers and Imperials, you could literally run your way through there and just haymaker, beat the shit out of everybody, and then you'll be fine. Use a couple stim packs and you're good. I mean, yeah, that's fun and all, but it's really not. All of that combined, I really didn't like the game. I thought it was a super big waste of time, waste of money on my end, and also for Disney, who hired Ubisoft. I don't know who's to blame here. I don't know if Ubisoft has the poor vision. I don't know if they cut corners on things. I don't know if Disney just wanted to rush this thing out and Ubisoft's like, it's not ready. And they're like, get it out because we need our quarterly earnings. I have no idea. You got to be on the inside to know that kind of shit. But also Vader's voice, I didn't even make it to that part. I really tried. Bro. I tried for over a month now to make it to that part, and I just don't care anymore to play the game. I just wanted to hang out with you guys. But beyond that, it was a snooze fest of a game. Vader's voice was absolutely abhorrent. It was not like Jedi Survivor or Jedi Fallen Order, where Respawn did a fantastic job at actually giving a crap about the game and caring about the game, whereas this one was the same voice actor, apparently, from what you guys were saying, the same voice actor, but the finishing was completely different. Two studios, you can see how it's so different, and Vader's voice, these things matter, man. It's Darth Vader. It's his voice. James Earl Jones made a living out of his voice, sure, on screen too, but his voice, Mufasa, Darth Vader, this is what he is most known for, and I feel like you have to nail that, especially when you have access to the studio, you have access to James Earl Jones's AI voice that he gave you permission for. What is this? Sure, this is the voice actor, but it's the same voice actor from Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor, which was phenomenal because they did the post-editing properly. Right? The post-processing, the sound engineering of Vader's voice was done great. It wasn't done great in this one. I don't know what they did. It sounded like a kid talking through some sort of a cone. You know how when we were kids, you would take the toilet paper roll or the bounty roll and you'd talk into it in a fan? Luke, I am your father. Yeah, and so really it was like, no, I am your father. But you know what I'm saying? When you're a kid, it's like, you're just trying to sound like Vader. And it just, the game just was a waste of time. Waste of time, waste of money. I hope that going forwards, they can really do better. And I hope that they make some actual Star Wars projects that are worth $300 million. I'll tell you what, I think that we're all waiting for Star Wars Eclipse. I think we're also all waiting for an open world bounty hunter game where you can choose your character. You can choose who you want to play as. Male, female, alien, what do you want? You can choose your suit. You can customize your character. This is where fans fall in love with stuff. Customization. We're all different, right? So when you're playing a video game, it's very important to feel very connected to the character, and you can do that either through story or also by making the character kind of look like you. Like, build your own character, make it the features how you want, customize it. It's like your car, pimp my ride, make it how you want. It's the same thing. So I think that there's a very easy learning curve for these game developers. Just look at Fallen Order, look at Jedi Survivor. Phenomenal games, fantastic games that did a great job. They made so much money, and yet this game failed big time. Apparently now I'm seeing they only did 1 million copies.
My game is broken. He's only getting one fucking attack. Okie dokie. Yeah. Should kill him here, hopefully. Hit a 40. 17. So what are you looking for, baby? Disgusting. Let's see here. What is there to watch on the tubes of the Ubes? I think it's time for a dab. I haven't smoked one all day. I'm honestly just gonna chill here for a few. Holy fuck. What to watch? What to watch? Sure.
44-year-old wife and mother, Stacy Feldman, was pulled lifeless from her bathtub on a Saturday afternoon in March 2015. It seemed that she had collapsed in the shower, water still running, and had not gotten back up. Her cause of death, undetermined. No one could say with any certainty what had happened to Stacy. Not her family, not the medical examiner, and not the Denver Police Department. But speculation was rampant. A medical complication, a drug overdose, a tragic accident. And a police investigation that, despite scant evidence, was convinced Stacy's death had to be a homicide. And if so, they knew exactly where to find the killer. Hi everyone, I'm Kevin and welcome to Just Thought Lounge. Today we're taking a look at a case that had been years in the making, but thankfully, intuition, common sense, and persistence from law enforcement would eventually lead to a conclusion.
Bunch of oil, so just give me a
Let's
couple minutes here,
take a
right?
look.
And we're gonna rip a fat dab.
Dorothy and Art Malman welcomed daughter Stacy into the family in 1970. Raised in Indiana with her two sisters, Elizabeth and Susan, Stacy had always been described as outgoing, fun-loving, and kind-hearted. Family was everything to Stacy, so when her sister needed a hand taking care of her newborn baby,
Scooping
Stacy
up this
packed her
oil,
bags
boys.
and relocated from where she was living in Chicago to Boston and became a live-in nanny for a time. But what Stacy Malman longed for was starting a happy family of her own. Her dreams seemed to become reality when on a trip to visit a friend in Montreal, she met a man named Robert Feldman. The two hit it off. They were married in Montreal in 2005 and celebrated with family and friends at the Ritz-Carlton. The newlyweds then settled to Denver, Colorado,
Give me this
and
oil.
started
Nom,
a
nom, nom.
family. 10 years on, the couple had two beautiful children. 44-year-old Stacy was a hands-on loving mother. She was active in her community and maintained a large circle of close friends.
You could just tell by the people who she surrounded herself with what kind of woman she was. Friendly, hysterically funny.
On that Saturday morning, March 1st, Stacy Feldman had not been feeling 100%. She decided to go back to bed. According to the Feldman children, the oldest only 8, that day began as an otherwise very normal
Let's see
morning
here, we're
for the
almost done
family.
collecting up all this oil.
At 8:30 a.m., Bob dropped off the children at the new religious school at the Temple Sinai, the family's synagogue. Their mother was due to collect them at noon and join a friend at a carnival for a few hours after that. The first sign that something was not right that day came just after noon, when a teacher at the temple began calling the Feldmans. No one had picked up the children from school. They tried Stacy first, but had no answer. When they eventually reached Bob, he retrieved the kids and went to the carnival. When they returned to the house at just after 3 p.m., no one had heard from Stacy since much earlier that morning. Bob recalled that he could hear water running upstairs. The sounds came from the shower in the upstairs bathroom, off the
That's
master
some good
bedroom.
shit, I already
After
found.
entering the bathroom to check on his wife, Bob called down frantically to the kids. "Go to the neighbors now. There is an emergency." Then, Bob called
Cheers,
911.
Help is on the way, sir. Something is
Bob found Stacy was in the bathtub, collapsed and unresponsive. The water was still running. It had turned cold. As he struggled to lift or pull her from the bathtub and onto the floor, the 911 operator guided him through CPR.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, please help me, please.
help is on the way, sir. Something you're doing good.
When the EMTs arrived, Stacy was moved further from the bath into the adjoining bedroom, where the responders attempted to resuscitate her. However, their efforts came too late. Stacy was past the point of life-saving medical treatment. She was declared dead at the scene at 3:56 p.m. Detectives from the Denver Homicide Unit were called out to the house minutes later, though it remained entirely unclear at this stage whether a homicide had in fact occurred. Detective Randall Dennison first observed the state of the master bedroom and bathroom. Next to the bathtub, a towel hung neatly on the rack. The detective, as well as the first responders on the scene, found no water on the bathroom floor. This struck each observer as odd and unlikely, since Bob had pulled Stacy from the running shower while on the phone with emergency dispatch. There was a damp washcloth on the base of the tub, alongside a scattering of bottles, shampoo and conditioner, and other personal hygiene products. The fallen items gave the impression that the shelf rack had been knocked down with its contents. Otherwise, the room appeared tidy. There was no signs of a fight or of a struggle. The detective found no indications of forced entry into the house or the master bedroom. There were no footprints in the undisturbed snow piled on the balcony outside of the room. On Stacy, there were various bruises and contusions visible, but none of these appeared significant enough to have caused her death. Taken as a whole, the house did not appear to be the scene of a homicide, a tragic accident perhaps, but signs of foul play were lacking. Bob Feldman explained to officers that the couple had attended a party the evening before. Stacy had consumed edible marijuana at more than one point over the course of the night, he said, a substance that is legal in the state. She had also consumed alcohol. The partying had left her feeling tired and unwell in the morning. Bob also detailed his wife's history of medical problems and a list of her medications. Stacy had an enlarged heart. She had cardiovascular disease. She suffered pain from a condition with her nerves, and she had arthritis. Not one, but 2 fentanyl patches were on her body when she died.
Fentanyl.
Was it possible that her death was caused by an accidental overdose? Determining the cause of death would need to wait for the autopsy. But in the meantime, responders on the scene were struck by the few indications that something more nefarious was afoot. Stacy was also found wearing a watch, a dress watch of silver and gold, an unlikely piece of jewelry to purposely leave on when having a shower. Then there was Bob. Firefighters arriving first on scene attempted on multiple occasions to gain medical history of Stacy from her husband. Doing so quickly was crucial for their efforts, should they have had any chance of saving her. But Bob, in an apparent state of emotional distress, refused to reply.
Hey guys, what is up a little bit? Looks like it's it's a get discard fire with some death runes, and then in the divine rune pouch I've got blood rune for passing all of the magic trees up here, passing the farming patch, and up to the Vorkath dungeon. So, and this melee boss. Once you get down here, put on pray from melee because these temple spiders can hit pretty hard, and there's a ton of them around. There is a guy in here, so I'm gonna hop.
To their questions and kept walking off. Firefighters described Bob Feldman as overdramatic and purposefully not cooperative. Paramedics recalled that he interfered with their efforts, and it appeared he was acting as if in shock or confused. He was found to be so overdramatic, they had to request police assistance because he was yelling and wailing and getting so close to his wife that he was interfering with medical duties. By the time Stacy was declared deceased, Bob had the support in the house of family members and friends. He continued to avoid answering the detectives' queries directly, failing to recall many details, including the position he had found his wife. Detective Dennison recorded that when queried further, Bob Feldman again just walked away. Bob Feldman expressed his wishes to not have an autopsy performed on his wife. Despite his call to the coroner's office making this request, one was nonetheless conducted the following day. Dr. Kelly Kobolansky could not find any internal injuries that would explain how Stacy died and found further testing would be needed. Kobolansky found underlying medical conditions like cardiovascular disease and multiple injuries like hemorrhages and abrasions. But she concluded the injuries could have been the result of efforts to resuscitate Stacy and that drowning cannot be completely excluded. Some of the bruising and abrasions were thought to be consistent with having been pulled from the bathtub, as was understood to have happened. Ultimately, the doctor ruled that how and why Stacy died cannot be determined. Blood tests found multiple prescription drugs in her system, but no THC, the active ingredient in marijuana.
Not the only
If Stacy Feldman had consumed edibles the day before her death, as Bob had told police, it would have been expected to be in her system. Stacy's alleged drug use on the night before her death was not the only inconsistency that Denver police identified in Bob Feldman's story. After speaking with the teacher from the children's religious school, detectives learned that Bob had claimed to her that a friend was meant to pick up the children that day at noon, not Stacy. This explanation was offered after multiple calls to him and delays collecting the kids after their classes ended at noon, and Stacy could not be reached. According to this friend who had made plans to meet Stacy at the carnival with the kids, Bob's claim was completely false. No such arrangement had been made. Why make this claim unless he had known that Stacy was not able to pick up the children, and he was delaying? When Bob Feldman finally showed up at the synagogue at 1:05 p.m., the teacher told police his behavior had been odd. He was wearing shorts and a t-shirt in snowy weather, and appeared disheveled and irritable. Police also reviewed the 911 call made by Bob Feldman that day. The call was reviewed to determine if they could hear any guilty indicators, statements, or perceived behaviors revealed in the call. And they believed they found exactly that. Detectives say they could hear a toilet being flushed in the background, possibly, they thought, evidence being disposed of. Additionally, despite the 911 operator providing instructions on how to perform CPR, detectives said that they heard no changes in respiration or any other indicators that Bob was actually doing it.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, please help me, please.
Shortly after Stacy's death, police also found that Bob was the sole beneficiary of a life insurance policy on his wife that paid out about $750,000. Detective Dennison attempted to contact Bob multiple times to discuss the results of the autopsy. They were particularly interested in addressing Bob's statements that Stacy had consumed edibles the night before, which were not shown in her system. The numerous markings found on Stacy were also in question. Without details as to how Stacy was found or moved, it was unclear how many of these injuries could have occurred. Bob eventually returned Detective Dennison's call. It was recorded.
This is...
When you found her, you don't recall whether she was face up or face down in the tub?
I don't recall. I just remember grabbing her and I couldn't get a hold of her.
Now, were you able to get her out of the tub before the firefighters arrived?
I did. I kept grabbing her and I kept slipping, and then I knew I had to get her out of there. And I pulled as hard as I could. Mm-hmm. She was very heavy to not, sometimes when she's asleep, you just nudge someone over, they kind of move, and she wasn't moving.
The detective again asked Bob to recount his movements on the day his wife died. Bob's initial statements indicated that after dropping off the children at 8:30 a.m., he did not return home until after the carnival at 3 p.m. However, he had made contradictory statements in the days following to family, indicating that he had been at the house around noon that day to walk the dog. How long had he been at the house, and had he
what am
seen
I
Stacy at
going
that
here for?
time?
I went to the school, and they had a little service there. They opened up the new school. And then I came back and I worked out, then went back to school.
Oh, you worked out at home?
At the park.
Oh, okay. Were you back at your house at all, though, during that time?
To change. I came back to change.
Yeah. And you didn't see Stacy then?
I didn't. I was in the laundry room. That's where I changed.
Oh. Wouldn't you normally talk to her if you were home?
Not normally.
And water running at that time?
No.
How long do you think you were home for?
I was home for about 10 minutes. I changed and went and got the kids.
Despite the inconclusive results of the autopsy, Detective Dennison's suspicions towards Bob Feldman had been unmoving from the start. Nothing that the widower had said or done in the months since had served to remove his concerns. The detective looked to gauge Bob's response to the autopsy results.
What do you think of what could have happened?
I don't know. I mean, she did certainly have medical problems, but, could there be anything else? I don't know.
The way the medical examiner put it, it looked like it was a natural event because of her large heart. Is that making sense? Is there something else we should look at?
No, it was undetermined, though. I guess they told you that, though, right?
Yes. They said the kidneys weren't functioning properly. Did you recall hearing that? I don't know what that does.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of all of her issues. Is there something that happened? They said that she collapsed. That there's no fatal injury, I guess.
4 months after Stacy Feldman's death, the Denver PD would learn of new information, a bombshell that would confirm the detective's suspicions. It would also eventually lead to the arrest of Bob Feldman for murder. The information came from an unexpected source. A woman that no one in Stacy's life had been aware of, a woman named Susan McBride. In 2015, Susan met a man on Tinder that she knew as Robert Wolf, a meat wholesaler from Denver who had been separated from his wife for some time. Susan and Robert Wolf initially hit it off, but after Robert blew off weekend plans with Susan last minute, she began to suspect that he had lied to her about being separated. Susan conducted some online searches and found the man that she knew as Robert Wolf to be Bob Feldman. She also located an email address for his wife. An email from Susan to Stacy was sent at 6:20 a.m. on Saturday, March 1st, the day that Stacy died. The women exchanged a handful of messages, leading eventually to a brief phone call shortly before 9 a.m. Susan told Stacy that Bob had described her as an absentee mother. Unbelievable, Stacy had responded. I'm done with him, Stacy had said, and indicated she thought that the couple was done with that, meaning cheating. Susan believed that Stacy would ask Bob for a divorce, and that was the last interaction that she had with the Feldmans. Then, more than 3 months later, Susan had another bad internet date and wondered again about her interaction with Stacy Feldman. So she conducted another internet search, trying to determine if Stacy and Bob Feldman had divorced. Instead, she found Stacy's obituary. Susan McBride's next call was to Crime Stoppers and the Denver Homicide Unit. After speaking with Susan McBride, the Denver police learned that Stacy Feldman had discovered her husband's infidelity on the morning of her death, perhaps only hours before she passed away of a still unknown cause. this could not be a coincidence. But with the medical examiner's report still listing her death as undetermined, there was little that could be done. So, in October 2017, the Denver PD called in an external examiner. Not another pathologist, but rather a renowned expert in strangulation. Dr. William Smock did not have the authority in Colorado to sign off on a cause of death. Indeed, it was reported that the doctor had never even performed an autopsy. When the expert reviewed the details recorded in the autopsy report and the other evidence, he concluded, without doubt, her death was a homicide. The murder case against Bob Feldman argued that he strangled or suffocated Stacy to death between 9:59 a.m. and noon after Stacy confronted him about the affair. Stacy had sent her last text message at 9:59 a.m. and then failed to pick up her kids. Bob arrived at the synagogue to collect the children, took them to the carnival, and then staged the discovery of her body in the shower upon returning home just after 3 p.m. It was February 2018 when Bob Feldman was arrested and charged with first-degree murder.
Kind of looks like Elvis.
He pleaded not guilty to the charges and was released on supervised house arrest and a $1 million bond. But the pace of justice did not increase after this point. In fact, it slowed to a snail's pace. Bob's arraignment hearing was delayed no less than 6 times while Stacy's family fought Bob in probate court. Bob had used $550,000 of the life insurance money to hire a high-end criminal defense attorney. Denver's probate court then sided with Stacy's family and ruled the life insurance funds should not be allowed to benefit her accused killer. Without the money to keep his counsel on board, the law firm withdrew from the case, and Bob was forced to rely on a public defender.
How you been, man?
That was until he appealed the decision to the state Supreme Court. In a controversial and upsetting move, the court ruled that Bob had received the payout legally before the funds could be frozen. They now had no power to take it back. Bob could spend the life insurance money as he chose. In spring 2020, he hired the expert and pricey Kaplan law firm and prepared for trial. With a trial date pending for April 2020, Bob remained on house arrest. The limitations imposed on his movements dictated that the accused killer was to leave his home for only necessary reasons: doctor's appointments, meetings with his lawyers, groceries. But Bob was testing the waters, and he was registering thousands of miles on his bike. While the trial date was pushed even further due to the COVID-19 pandemic, then later again due to the availability of witnesses, then still further after pretrial hearings, Bob continued to move uninhibited across Denver.
Why is he allowed out for this many hours? Why is that? What, do you know how that makes the family feel? Like sitting here waiting for justice for Stacy, and he's out enjoying. Listen, I don't know how much he's enjoying, but optics are awful. It's painful for those of us around to hear about it, to witness it.
Bob was not just moving on with his bike. During this period, he maintained multiple profiles on social media and on dating apps, under a few different names and containing different personal information. Through these apps, Bob met and dated at least 5 different women, 2 of which came forward when they realized the widower was not who he said he was.
Yo, Jason, what's up, dude?
Robert Feldman. Or is it Robert Wolf, as he allegedly told one woman? Or Bob White, as he appears on Facebook? A conservative Jew in his mid-50s, as it says on one online dating profile? Or a Reformed Jew in his mid-40s on another? And really, why does any of it matter? Here's why.
Just
Because
celebrated
this
my
is
birthday with the
also
family
Robert
today and shit, you know?
Feldman, murder suspect.
One of these encounters turned ugly when Bob allegedly convinced his date to meet him at his home, where she says he assaulted her.
There was a pool in his community, is what he had said, and then we were going to go to dinner. I found out the pool is in his backyard. So almost instantly, I felt like there was something off when I got there, but I thought maybe I was just overreacting.
She chose not to file criminal charges against him. Weeks later, she was shocked when she saw a news report that Bob had been arrested and charged with the murder of his wife.
Wish I would have went with my gut instinct and left when I knew something was not right.
You have a good day? Yeah, bro, for sure. How about you, man? How this chick say this? She knew something wasn't right.
It had taken
Bitch,
nearly 3 years to bring first-degree murder charges.
she's this mad. She gave
The
it up so
arraignment had been
easy.
delayed on 6 occasions. The trial was then delayed 5 times. After 7 years, in April 2022, Bob Feldman's murder trial finally commenced. Assistant
he?
District
Nice.
Attorney Maggie Conboy
Nothing wrong
argued
with
that
that.
Stacy's injuries pointed to her being strangled.
I fucking
Conboy told the
painted
jury
my
that Stacy
bathroom
Feldman
today.
can't tell you what occurred that day.
I did quite a
but
lot of
her
shit that
body
week today, man.
can. And what it tells you is that she experienced a long, protracted, and horrible beating. This is evidence of a vicious beatdown. This was not from CPR. This is not from taking her from the tub. Bob's defense attempted to counter the medical expert's testimony by discrediting the doctor's experience in determining cause of death from an autopsy. Dr. Smock's research had been conducted only on living people. His opinion in this case was based upon secondhand materials, pictures, and a report. The defense outlined a long history of Stacy's medical problems, including an enlarged heart. They argued that she coincidentally dropped dead in the shower within hours of learning about her husband's affair. The circumstantial case against Bob was strong. There was evidence of previous affairs that had led to periods of separation in the marriage. It may have been true that there was no evidence of Stacy confronting her husband about his most recent affair with Susan McBride that morning, but that she had only just found out about it was undisputed.
You got
The trial
Warzone
lasted
2?
9
I mean,
days.
I played it.
It took the jury less than 3 hours to return the verdict. Guilty of first-degree murder.
I've played it.
Delays that every time
I'd
we
have to
thought we were
re-download
gonna
it and
get
shit.
close, we would get our hopes up and
I just
think
downloaded
that
it.
it was going to come
Weird,
to an
bro.
end.
I'll give it a go
and
sometime
then
if you
we
want.
would be at
Robert Feldman received a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole. And that was the tragic case of Stacy Feldman. Thanks for watching. I'm Kevin. This is Just Thought Lounge, and I'll see you in the next one.
How Hassan's doing these days? Fuck off. I just want you to know I haven't died at Vorkath in a hot minute. I haven't died here at Vorky in a hot minute. By a hot minute, probably about, like, you know, 2 days. Yeah, I know you are. I know you are. I know. I finally got my own Dragon Hunter crossbow. Yeah, I finally So what I did was I sold my tassets that I bought and my fang, so I could get my fucking Dragon Hunter crossbow, and then I just killed Vorkath a little bit more, and I finally bought back my fang and my tassets. Yeah, they crashed so hard. It was nice. I wonder how much. It says it's 57 mil right now. I don't even know about that. Probably about like 55. 31 mil? I don't know about that either. Last I looked, it was like 15. Here, let's hit this real quick. Let's scavenge another kill here. Probably should have hit a little bit of a super restore right there. Thought I was gonna die. Homeboy wasn't moving. Hit this fucking guy. He's not moving! Hit a solid 60 right here. One time for the one time, man. There we go. Huge. No pet. Ree! Another dragon sword, though. Okay, I'm gonna let my HP just like recover a little bit there while we find another video to watch. I want something like funny, bro. This new Joker movie is so dog shit. I watched it last night on one of my like streaming sites. The movie sucks. It's fucking terrible.
So the community just found probably one of the funniest bugs in RuneScape history, at least in my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tasty Life. Welcome, Behemoth. Before
on board too. Dude, I didn't see the drop in the chat. I just heard the chime.
So in this clip, Ox33 gets his first ever Barrows item, but that's not really what the clip is about. Watch carefully.
I just checked. The client said I get one. I don't even know what it is, but we got something. All right, now I'm supposed to get another one in 3. I just checked. No, it's on the ground. I gotta go. Okay, surely we don't f this up.
Sido is going for the frozen key to unlock Nex, and this is his very first Armadillo, Casey.
Am I clicking? I'm probably clicking free. Giant ass click box.
This is maybe the only thing more embarrassing than getting carried through entry mode TOB. Sorry, Clarms.
All you, not risking it. No point. 0 point to touching this boss right now.
Burp's also on the hardcore grind doing
Rip. Boys, chat, anyone want to rip a toke? Does Zeno still play in Red Dead Redemption? Holy fuck. Man, it's crazy. It's gonna be like 100% in the game. I've been thinking about doing some Armadillo. Low key. Oh, I guess we should kill Vorkath. That's a fucking video, I guess.
Halloween is on sale at Michael's. Decorate your space for less and save big on baking and more.
It was almost midnight on the 2nd of September 2010 when a distraught boyfriend placed a panicked call to 911. He had just heard gunshots from inside the house.
Do Zillion?
Breaking down a locked door and forcing his way to his girlfriend's side, where she lies shot on the floor, he pleaded with emergency responders to please hurry.
Get someone here now.
He was a deputy with the local sheriff's office. He was one of them.
Hey, those guys, sheriff's office. I work with y'all.
Your friends are on their way, the deputy was
They
told.
look like you literally just stand in one corner and just fucking...
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin and welcome to Just Thought Lounge. At JTL, we deliver serious coverage of the cases that really make you think. If that sounds like your type of true crime, then you've come to the right place. Today's case is a complicated one, and it doesn't follow any of the regular patterns that we're accustomed to seeing. In the years since this horrific incident took place, the case has involved one state attorney, multiple special prosecutors, internal investigations, 4 medical examiners, and many theories of what actually took place.
I'm talking about the drops. Don't you get better, like...
take a look.
Don't you get, like, higher, like, GP drops at, Homeboy? Arma?
Before we dive into the details and the controversy surrounding this case, I'd like to take a moment to offer a thank you to the sponsor of this video. When I partnered with MyHeritage, they kindly sent me one of their DNA kits to discover my origins and to maybe even find relatives living all over the world that I didn't know I had. Taking the test was very straightforward. The results will give me an ethnicity estimate, a percentage breakdown of my origins across 42 supported ethnicities and over 2,000 geographic regions. After I sent off my test for analysis, I took advantage of the MyHeritage photo feature.
But like what though? $53 mil. Armadillo crossbow, actually? That'd be nice to have. Yeah, Sarah Hill. Yeah. I'm seeing that. Okay. 1 in 200 as well? It's not even that bad. That's really not even that bad. Holy shit. Yeah, you're not wrong. That's not even that bad.
To enhance and colorize some of my old family photos.
I see you.
The color really brings it to life. All right, I've given it some time, and now my DNA results have come into my email. I know that all of my grandparents were born in Scotland, so I am anticipating at least some of my DNA linking me to the British Isles, where I now live. But beyond that, I have no idea what to expect. Let's take a look. Kevin is 67% Scottish, okay. Good amount. Free shipping. Now, let's get back to the video.
Yeah, let's do that.
In September 2010, 24-year-old Michelle O'Connell lived with her boyfriend Jeremy Banks in St. Augustine, Florida. The historic city sits on the Atlantic coast in the northeastern region of the state. It's part of St. Johns County.
No, I can already tell it's
the county sheriff is one of the region's largest employers. This is where Michelle's brother Scott O'Connell, working as a sheriff's deputy, met fellow deputy Jeremy Banks. A year after introducing Deputy Banks to Michelle, the couple were living together in Jeremy's house, along with Michelle's 4-year-old daughter, Alexis.
Really? Is it more money?
Michelle was very athletic and fun-loving. Back in 2010, Michelle was a young mother known to be outgoing and adventurous. This side of Michelle's personality was balanced by her unfailing dedication to her daughter. For years, Michelle worked 2 or even 3 jobs at a time to make ends meet and to properly support little Lexi, who was the center of her world. On September 2nd that year, Michelle had plans with boyfriend Jeremy and her brother Scott to attend a concert at the St. Augustine Amphitheater. She dropped Lexi at her sister's, and the group spent the evening having fun and enjoying the music. The group did. Jeremy was in a foul mood, which would only worsen throughout the night. Shortly after the couple returned to the house after the concert, things took an extreme turn. It was 11:20 p.m. when Jeremy placed a call to 911.
Hey! Please get someone to my house. It's 4 Please.
What's going on?
Please, my girlfriend, I think she just shot herself.
She just shot herself?
Okay,
buddy.
Sir, listen, hang on. Let me tell you the truth. I'm Deputy Banks with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. I work with y'all. Get someone here now.
When Deputy Jeremy Banks' colleagues from the Sheriff's Department responded to his house, they found the door open. Through the kitchen and into the adjoining room, Michelle was found on the floor. To her left was the gun, Jeremy's service weapon. It had been removed from its retention holster and the tactical light was left on. One bullet had struck on the floor, just below Michelle's right arm. 2 shell casings were located in the corner of the room. Photos of Michelle and the home were taken rapidly to document the state of the scene prior to paramedics rushing in and trying everything they could to assist Michelle. It was, however, too late for medical intervention. Michelle was declared dead at the scene. The first responders into the house reported smelling alcohol on Jeremy's breath. In these first moments, colleagues recalled that the boyfriend did not appear sad to them. Jeremy was angry. Michelle's purse was quickly spotted on the kitchen counter. In an effort to formally ID her, officers checked through her bag. Inside, they spotted 2 prescription pill bottles, both for antidepressants, and both in the name of Jeremy Banks. Some of these pills were also found in the front pocket of Michelle's jeans. For several hours, the deputy remained at the house speaking with colleagues. His first interview took place in the back of one of the cruisers while still at the scene.
All right, this is Detective Hines. It is officially September 3rd at 1:23 in the morning. You were outside in the yard driveway?
My motorcycle's in the garage. I was sitting on it, and I heard it pop, and I knew exactly what it was. And I ran inside. I started screaming her name. The bedroom door was locked, and I screamed her name again. I heard it go off again for the second time. I ran into the living room. I grabbed the phone, and I kicked the bedroom door in, and I found her laying where she is. I'm the sheriff's office showed.
Jeremy explained that he and Michelle had been arguing earlier that night. She planned to leave him.
That's whenever she said, I'll have my stuff out by this weekend. And I said, are we breaking up? She said, yes. I was like, all right. I raised my voice. She raised her voice. We argued. But
you might
we got
leave
to the house.
me.
We were fine.
You're leaving this earth, bitch.
After a few hours, as word spread, more and more of the sheriff's team, both on and off-duty officers, began arriving at the scene. As they consoled Jeremy, they also came to a unanimous conclusion. Jeremy was telling the truth.
Of course.
The autopsy was performed by the county's medical examiner, Dr. Frederick Hoban. The doctor found that some alcohol but no drugs were found in Michelle's system, in spite of the pills located in her pocket and handbag. Michelle had died from a gunshot to the mouth. Dr. Hoban also identified a small cut and bruise above Michelle's right eyelid. He determined that this injury was made by the ejected shell casing when it discharged from the weapon. He found no indication of defensive wounds. Gunshot residue was found on Michelle's hands. A forensically insignificant amount was found on Jeremy's hand as well. This small amount was attributed to him rushing into the room after hearing the second shot. Based on these findings, the doctor supported the conclusion already broadly accepted by law enforcement. Dr. Hoban ruled the death a suicide. Jeremy Banks was brought into the police station for a follow-up interview 12 days following Michelle's death. This discussion did not follow the typical pattern of a police interrogation.
Comfy spinny chair, not this one.
At some point prior to this interview, Jeremy had gained access to the sheriff's report on the incident.
I've already read the report. I know I probably shouldn't have. I just wanted to know what was done on the other side. And towards the end, we were arguing all the time.
What was it about? Just
stupid. That's how it was. It was just arguing over stupid, petty.
Okay.
That goes in the room.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Yeah, great room.
In these initial days and weeks, Jeremy Banks seemed to be the only person close to Michelle that believed his story made sense. To the O'Connells, his version of events was ludicrous. It was conceded that in her teenage years, Michelle had battled with both depression and anger issues. However, it had been years without her experiencing a reoccurrence of these issues. Since having Alexis 4 years earlier, Michelle had become a motivated, dedicated, and proud mother. She would not leave her daughter. Michelle had also just received a promotion at the daycare where she worked full-time. The role came with better pay and benefits. She was set to begin the new role that week, and she was excited for the new start. And that was not the only sign that something wasn't quite right with Deputy Jeremy's story. At lunch on the day of her death, Michelle told one of her sisters, Christine, of her plans to break up with Jeremy that evening. This news came as no surprise. The women in her family knew that she was being mistreated in her relationship. Christine asked her to skip the concert that night, but Michelle was holding her ground. She had purchased the tickets, so she was going. Text messages exchanged between Michelle and Christine, as well as her brother Scott, foreshadowed that something was coming, but interpretations varied. Beginning at the amphitheater and continuing into the night, Michelle sent texts to her sister seeking promises that her daughter would always be taken care of. "Promise me one thing, Lexi will be happy and always have a good life," she wrote. that no matter what, Lexi will always be safe and loved. "What's going on? I'm scared," Christine texted. By the end of the concert, Michelle texted her sister, "I'll be there soon." The last text she sent that night was to her brother, "Lexi, never forget." Several weeks after Michelle's death, the O'Connell siblings, Sean, Jennifer, Christine, and Deputy Scott, met with Lieutenant Bradley from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office for an update on the investigation. They were told that the case was being closed.
Hopefully this will give you some closure as to what occurred that night. All indications are that she was contemplating suicide based on her text.
I asked the night that Michelle died, I said, am I allowed to submit a statement? Because she told me a lot of things about, and I'm just going to spell it out for anyone to hear, domestic violence. She came to my house, she said, I'm leaving, I'm scared. Am I allowed to submit an affidavit just to testify to what she said? And he said, no, none of that is, it's all that felt.
If this was the sheriff's daughter, it'd be much different. You're a lieutenant of this agency. Stand up and answer our questions.
Ease up, bro. I'm doing the very best I can, guys, to show y'all what happened. And I feel like this is a damn inquisition on me.
It's not
I
against
haven't
you.
done anything wrong, guys. The sheriff's office hasn't done it.
Well, obviously they have.
And I can feel at this table that there is a massive conspiracy theory. And there is not one, guys.
Can I interject?
What conspiracy theory are you talking about?
That Jeremy is the murderer of Michelle. Okay, I keep getting that, and I've been getting that over the last, several weeks. So what we need to do, guys, is we need to sit down and we need to just, this is what it is, and this is what happened.
In the weeks following, Scott O'Connell was fired from his role as a sheriff's deputy. His distress over the lack of action taken in his sister's case had led to angry outbursts at work, so he was dismissed. His mother, Patty, continued to work as a file clerk at the sheriff's office for a time, but described the work environment as unbearable, knowing that her daughter had been murdered and her family's pleas for justice were falling on deaf ears. By 2010, St. Johns County Sheriff David Shore had been elected to his position 3 times. 2 of these times, he ran unopposed. The sheriff was both a popular and powerful figure in the county. Eventually, following roughly 4 months of public pressure, he agreed to have Michelle's case handed over for an independent inquiry. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the FDLE, sent Agent Rusty Rogers to St. Augustine to reinvestigate Michelle's death, and the agent hit the ground running. He set out to fill in the gaps left in the sheriff's investigation. With no witnesses or a suicide note, the family should have been interviewed to determine Michelle's state of mind. Agent Rogers began those interviews.
It felt like to us, as a family, that it was rushed. They had their mind made up this was suicide, and that the investigation could have went a different way, and that he knew there was things in the past that he had done that she was going to report, and that it was going to come out that this deputy sheriff was not the true person that he was playing to be, and that he was actually a pretty bad person to.
From interviewing family and friends, Agent Rogers learned of Michelle's recent promotion, that she had CPR training scheduled in 2 days' time, that she had plans to meet another friend, Mindy, that night, and had even popped out to the garage to retrieve her handbag in order to fix up her makeup. The neighborhood had not been canvassed for witnesses by the sheriff's team. Within 2 weeks of commencing his investigation, Agent Rogers located not just 1, but 2 key witnesses. 2 women, each in their respective homes on nearby streets, overheard an argument taking place in the direction of Jeremy's house on the night of September 2nd. Both witnesses reported clearly hearing cries for help, followed by 2 gunshots.
We heard a woman yell for help, and then we heard a gunshot, and then there was another yell for help, and then another gunshot.
This evidence was considered to be so significant, a potential turning point in the case, that the witnesses were administered polygraph tests from the Secret Service to determine their credibility. They both passed.
Damn.
It was obvious that
From the
Jeremy
Secret
Banks had not
Service,
been
you know it's
treated like a
serious.
standard murder suspect. He had not been properly interviewed, nor had he been thoroughly processed.
Yeah, it's actually pretty interesting. Yo, chat, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a glass of water. And we should rip a toke together. Here, actually, I'll fill up this fucking Gatorade bottle.
Drops of blood on the inside of the t-shirt that he was wearing that night returned a match to Michelle. It also appeared to be a different t-shirt than the one he wore earlier to the concert. Jeremy offered no explanation as to how this blood could have gotten there, nor was he pressured by the original detectives to offer one. Other DNA evidence was also suspicious. The gun was found to have traces of Michelle's DNA, but it did not contain any traces of Jeremy's, nor any of his fingerprints, despite it being his service weapon and carried by him earlier that day. There was also no blood found on the gun, though spatter was visible in the area surrounding it.
Makes sense.
Curiously, the pill bottles found in Michelle's purse did not have her DNA on them. Then there was the issue of the second bullet. To recreate a scenario that would explain the crime scene as it was found, Agent Rogers enlisted a veteran crime scene reconstructionist and former police officer, an expert named Jerry Finley.
Jerry!
Mr. Finley's final report raised more doubt about the sheriff's conclusions. He questioned whether Michelle O'Connell would even have been capable of removing her boyfriend's service weapon from its retention holster, which is designed to prevent unauthorized persons from accessing the gun. Similarly, the tactical light required 2 movements to activate. Would Michelle have known how to do this? Perhaps more impactful than these speculations, however, were the tests that the expert performed to determine the likely position of the shooter based on the location of the shell casings. Finley fired the gun 18 times in different positions and concluded that for the shells to end up where they had, in the corner of the room behind and to the left of the body, whoever pulled the trigger had to have been left-handed. The only left-handed person in the house was Jeremy Banks. Finally, in direct contradiction to the conclusion of the medical examiner, Dr. Hoban, Finley found that the cut to Michelle's eye could not have been caused by an ejected casing. He believed that it was a separate injury. Perhaps she had been struck with the gun as part of a struggle. After this new evidence came to light, Dr. Hoban revisited his determination, and he changed his mind. The medical examiner altered his findings from suicide to shot by another. For a time, it looked like a formal homicide investigation may actually take place.
That just rinsed me right there.
As part of Agent Rogers' inquiry, he spoke with the officers who had responded to Jeremy Banks' home on September 2nd. What he learned was that even the responders who seemingly knew that something was wrong with Jeremy's story came to accept it.
When I first walked into that room, the first thought that went through my mind was, this is not good for Jeremy.
Did you think it went down like Jeremy said it did that night?
I don't think so. I mean, I was a little uneasy where I remember seeing the shot in the floor and where the gun was. I mean, I was in the homicide unit for a few years and it didn't add up, but I didn't do more investigation into this to see why things were like they were.
She had pulled the gun out of a secured holster and shot herself.
That seems strange to you.
Yes.
Explain why.
It's a retention holster. Most people don't know how to use them.
Did you ever know him to have an explosive temper?
Oh yes. Yeah, he's had temper issues. His temper was
What time period did he
uncontrollable.
live with you?
He'd drink and he'd just get pissed. He'd throw around and just.
Sounds like a good
I
guy.
didn't have any suspicions that it was anything other than suicide. I think that's what we were all kind of discussing, but just making sure that we covered our bases.
Following Agent Rogers' report, the FDLE handed over the results to the state attorney. The prosecutor recused his office from the case, citing its close relationship to the sheriff's team. At this stage, a special prosecutor was called in from a nearby district to review the FDLE's evidence. This prosecutor, Brad King, relied on the reports of 3 medical examiners. All had concluded it was a suicide. 2 additional experts had been called in to consult after Dr. Hoban's assessment. Seeing himself in the minority opinion, Dr. Hoban then again changed his mind. It was a suicide after all. All three doctors stated that the key to this determination was that no defensive wounds were found on Michelle.
That just goes to show how political bullshit is, you know? He's so scared about
There's
having a
one
wrong
obvious
opinion.
flaw in the examiner's logic, and that was the bruise and cut on Michelle's eyelid. For their conclusions to be correct, it had to be caused by the shot itself. The new chief medical examiner, Dr. Predrag Bulik, was one of the three doctors who offered their opinion to the special prosecutor. And he had a theory. Michelle held the gun with her left non-dominant hand and upside down.
Down in her mouth, upside down, and you find that hard to believe.
Not just that, it would have been with her left hand. The shooter was apparently left-handed. Everyone agrees on that. The only left-handed person in the house that night was Jeremy Banks. Michelle was right-handed.
Dr. Bulik posited that when the gun fired, the tactical light caused the mark on the upper part of Michelle's eyelid. In order for the shot to have caused the impact, the gun needed to recoil in a forward motion, which experts stated was a physical impossibility. Guns recoil backwards. The upside-down gun theory was endorsed by the special prosecutor, who concluded that there was not enough evidence to recategorize Michelle's death as a homicide. While Brad King conducted his review, Sheriff Shore was busy muddying the waters even further. Unimpressed with the unfavorable results of Agent Rusty Rogers' inquiry, the sheriff responded with a report of his own. A scathing 152 pages that accused Agent Rogers of manufacturing evidence, coaching witnesses, and lying to obtain search warrants. The sheriff's report forced an internal review of Rogers, who was placed on administrative leave while yet another internal investigation was undertaken. Some of the complaints lodged about the FDLE agent were found to be valid, but hardly the levels of corruption that the sheriff had suggested. Rogers had searched Jeremy Banks' cell phone without a warrant, believing that an existing wiretap on the line and warrant to search the house was sufficient to cover the phone
what's up,
as well.
Pace? Buddy, how you been,
was
man?
not. He also referenced text messages in his report that were not properly
How you doing,
documented,
dude? Cheers. I'm
such
gonna
as the
trip
one
with that
sent
dab.
from Michelle to her sister just before her death, stating that she was on her way to collect Lexi. Michelle's phone data was never properly collected. Only notes in the case existed to record these exchanges.
Appreciate that, man.
Agent Rogers was
Cheers.
reprimanded and given additional supervision.
Agent Rogers was used as a scapegoat to show people if you don't look the other way, you will be punished. You'll lose your job. We'll put you through the ringer.
Over the years, the case attracted the attention of amateur sleuths and independent investigators, as well as professional reporters. The New York Times published an investigative deep dive that had initially sought to uncover how sheriff offices dealt with domestic violence accusations against their own officers. This led them to St. Johns County, and then to the case of Michelle O'Connell. One independent investigator had made multiple record requests of the sheriff's office and was taking a fresh look at the evidence. 38-year-old Ellie Washtalk, whose birth name was Craig, had been conducting private research on the case for over a year and was in regular contact with Patty O'Connell. On the 31st of January 2019, at roughly 7:30 a.m., Ellie's teenage son returned to their condo from a neighboring unit and made a horrifying discovery.
Okay, what's going on there? Got shot. Okay, what makes you think that?
He's currently laying on
You see a weapon there, sir?
Yes, there is a weapon.
It was his own gun?
Yes, it was.
Elliot sent his son to spend the night at another unit in the building because apparently he thought something terrible was going to happen. It's unclear what exactly prompted this intuition, but the next morning, he was dead from a gunshot to the head.
There's a lot of gunfire. He was shot more than once?
I don't know, but there are shots going through the wall.
Both Patty O'Connell as well as Ellie's father believe that the amateur investigator's murder was connected to his interest in Michelle's case.
I think if he wasn't looking into that, or if he wasn't involved with that, or whatever, yeah, I think he'd still be alive. That's my gut feeling. What I heard was that he put Chandler in a downstairs apartment 2 floors down because he was afraid of what was going to happen or something was going to happen, and he didn't want him getting hurt.
Due to the conflict of interest, the murder investigation of Ellie Washtok was handed over to the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. There have been no arrests made, and the authorities have named no suspects. But the police noted that Ellie was likely to have known his attacker because there were no signs of forced entry, and it would have been difficult for a stranger to get past the security gate at the Laterra condominiums, which sits in a gated community. For this reason, and perhaps others that have not been disclosed, Putnam County detectives do not believe that Ellie's death is connected to that of Michelle O'Connell.
No, I got a dab sweats. Yeah, me too. Lucky.
In a bid to have Michelle's cause of death revised and the case reopened, the O'Connells agreed to have an independent pathologist re-examine her body. Dr. William Anderson undertook this task pro bono. Michelle's remains were exhumed and a second autopsy performed. The results revealed clear evidence missing from Dr. Hoban's report from years earlier. Michelle's jaw had been broken.
Discovered the fracture only basically at the second autopsy. So all of those people that were making the assumption this was a suicide were unaware of the existence of the fractured mandible. And that's a different injury pattern, and it creates a whole different scenario in the case. We have external trauma. We have significant trauma unrelated to the wound itself. And that means that someone else was involved.
At the end of Dr. Anderson's report, the conclusion plainly states, the manner of death should be considered homicide. Deputy Scott O'Connell was rehired by the St. John's Sheriff's Office. After approximately 3 years, Scott accepted Sheriff Shore's narrative. He blamed Agent Rusty Rogers for formulating an inaccurate account of his sister's death and convincing the family that she was murdered, when in fact, he now believes that was not the case. The sheriff made the announcement of his return at an employee convention in the summer of 2013. He also chose that platform to celebrate Jeremy Banks, who he viewed as a victim, a deputy who had suffered years of unfounded accusations.
There may be some of you in this room who have doubts about this case. I don't know, man. I think it was a homicide. Jeremy Banks had nothing to do with that case. This guy right here came so damn close to being charged with homicide based on nothing. Let's give these two guys a hand.
In 2019, Jeremy remained a deputy with the county. Through an attorney, he told a media outlet that Michelle's death had ruined his life because neighbors walk up and down the street at 2 at night and will scream at him, "Murderer." The Justice for Michelle O'Connell Facebook page remains active. David Shore served 4 terms as sheriff, a total of 16 years. In early 2023, he became the head of investigations at a sizable law firm with offices across Florida and Texas. After a 3-year probe, Agent Rusty Rogers was cleared of wrongdoing and reinstated as a special agent with the FDLE. Alexis O'Connell has grown up with family. The O'Connells continue to hold out hope that justice will be served for Michelle. And that was the strange case of Michelle O'Connell. Thanks for watching. I'm Kevin. This is Just Thought Lounge, and I'll see you in the next one. The view of the Colley family home on South Bellagio Drive in St. Augustine was the picture of suburban contentment. Until it wasn't. Only minutes after an officer from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office left the quiet cul-de-sac, emergency calls would bring deputies, search teams, and crime scene units back out to the neighborhood. Inside the house, 2 young mothers had been murdered. Hi everyone, I'm Kevin and welcome to Just Thought Lounge. Today's case is not much of a murder mystery. What it is the story of a relentless and thorough investigation that painstakingly pieced together every message, every phone call, every movement, and every witness to a shocking and horrific crime. In doing so, despite the best efforts of an unusual and creative defense, authorities left little room for doubt. Let's take a look. On the morning of August 27th, 2015, a home security camera facing South Bellagio Drive in St. Augustine, Florida, captured a group of friends arriving at a house on the end of a quiet suburban cul-de-sac. At 10 minutes after 9 that morning, 36-year-old mother of two, Amanda Cawley, returned home in her white SUV. Amanda, recently separated from her husband, had spent the night at her boyfriend's RV. Upon returning to her home, Amanda was met with a chaotic scene. Her house had been broken into and ransacked. Garbage bins had been emptied across the floors, drawers emptied of contents, clothing scattered everywhere, and multiple electronics, including television sets, had been destroyed. Pieces of broken glass were scattered amongst the rest of the mess. Amanda was upset, but not surprised. She had been ignoring phone calls and angry text messages from her estranged husband since 5 a.m. that morning. She was certain that he was responsible, but unsure of how to proceed. Roughly a half hour later, Amanda's boyfriend, Lamar Dubberly, drove out to meet her. His white pickup truck took a wide turn at the end of the cul-de-sac, then towards Amanda's house, on the far left, slightly out of view. Lamar was followed only minutes later by a St. Johns County's Public Service Assistance, or PSA, officer, sent over by the Sheriff's Department for non-emergency investigations. The officer viewed the state of the house and spoke with Amanda. She needed time to discuss with her divorce attorney and made the decision not to formally file charges that morning. There was little more that the PSA officer could do. The officer left Amanda Cawley's house at 10:29 that morning. What occurred over the next 7 to 10 minutes would forever change the course of many lives and end others. Two more of Amanda's friends arrived at the house to support her. First, Amanda's best friend, 39-year-old mother of three, Lindy Dobbins. Lindy left work that morning after hearing from Amanda. She was the type of person who would drop everything to help a friend in need. Lindy, Lamar, and Amanda were soon joined by mutual friend Rachel Hendricks, who, having dropped her children at school, also drove over to the house to help out. The group of four stood in the living room of the house on Bellagio Drive, staring at the mess and consoling Amanda through her tears, when gunshots rang out. Bullets flew through the room, shattering the glass doors that led out.
I've watched this before. It's crazy. Oh. It's already 4 mil in here. Nice. So I like to see.
In the summer of 2010, on an otherwise quiet and calm Sunday afternoon near St. Petersburg, Florida, two men placed frantic emergency calls for help. One call was placed by a son, the other from his stepfather. Both men accused the other of a murder. With a wife and mother dead in her home and only her son and husband present, one of them had to be lying. Hi everyone, I'm Kevin and this is Just Thought Lounge. We're the true crime channel that delivers serious, well-balanced coverage of the cases that really make you think. Today we're examining the bewildering murder of Diane Kine. This case takes us from a chaotic disturbance in front of the Kine family home in Seminole, through conflicting interviews, perplexing physical evidence, and leads us to not one, but two murder trials. Let's take a look. The city of Seminole is in Pinellas County, Florida. Only a short drive from the beach and containing a few lovely parks, it is a beautiful area and popular amongst retirees. It was here that William Kine, who goes by Bill, was living with his wife Diane and her 23-year-old son Kevin. He had met Diane in the early 2000s after he spotted Diane through the window of the nail salon that she ran with her twin sister. After using his daughter as an excuse to frequent the business, he finally worked up the courage to ask Diane out on a date. It had been a whirlwind romance. After dating for not quite 2 years, the couple married in 2002. At that time, her son Kevin was 15 years old. By 2010, young Kevin was 23 and Bill was over 60. Bill was the owner of 5 Star Automotive in St. Petersburg for a time, and Diane had started a business on eBay. She had filled the bedrooms of their home with her merchandise. Diane adored animals and kept 2 Yorkshire Terriers, 2 Malteses, and a goat named Lacey, named after Lacey Peterson, the California woman who was murdered by her husband. Outwardly, the family appeared happy. 4 years after the marriage, Kevin had chosen to take his new stepfather's family name. Kevin Karakesh became Kevin Kine. August 15th, 2010 was a Sunday. The day began relatively normally in the Kine family's quiet Seminole neighborhood. The calm of this pleasant Sunday afternoon would not last, however. At just before 3 p.m., baffled neighbors peered through their windows in shock and confusion to view young Kevin and his stepfather Bill tumble from their house and continue a physical, chaotic struggle with each other on their front lawn. Articles of clothing were being discarded on the ground as the two fought. Bill was able to get a hold of Kevin for a time, but it would not last. At one point, the two appeared to struggle while Kevin reached for his cell phone. Witnesses later recounted that the altercation seemed to go on forever, but in retrospect, the stepfather and son likely struggled for only a few minutes. Kevin managed to break free of Bill's grip. He ran 2 doors down to a neighbor's home, dressed only in his boxer shorts. Bill, also only partially dressed, returned to the house. There were 2 911 calls placed, which brought police to the home within minutes of the scuffle outside. The first call was placed by Kevin on his cell phone as he fought with Bill. The older man had managed to get Kevin into a chokehold intermittently, but not to fully restrain him.
Is this a police, fire, or medical emergency?
My dad's trying to kill me. Help, please.
What's going on?
Help.
Sir, where are you at? Sir.
He's outside of my house. He's choking me. Please help.
Okay, calm down. Calm. Okay, what's going on there?
Please.
Sir, what's going on?
I can't breathe.
Okay, all right. How's your apartment?
Help, please, hurry.
Kevin told the operator that he had been taking a nap when he was awoken by his stepfather and told that his mother needed to speak with him immediately. But when he approached the bedroom where his mother was lying down, her face appeared discolored. It was black and blue. He knew something was wrong, but in that moment, Bill approached him from behind. The older man managed to restrain Kevin in a chokehold, he claimed, while he struggled to break free. The altercation then overflowed onto the front lawn, and Kevin made desperate attempts to flee from his stepfather.
Laying on the couch, and when I went into their room, he started choking me out, and I tried to wake her up as he was. I looked at her face, and her face was black.
4 minutes after Kevin placed his call accusing his stepfather of killing his mother, Bill Kine returned to the house and also phoned 911.
I just killed my wife. And my wife were arguing. And he was choking her.
Where is your son?
He ran out the door.
Oh, please, sir. Very quick.
Okay, listen, we've got help on the way, but I need you to do a couple things for me, okay?
Okay. Are you right there with her?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I want you to check. Is she awake?
No.
Is she breathing at all?
No.
Okay, I want you to stay on the line with me, okay? I'm going to walk you through something. Do you have a defibrillator available?
No.
In Bill's version of events, he walked into the bedroom to find Kevin leaning over Diana, strangling her. Acting quickly, he placed Kevin in a chokehold and pulled him from the room. The struggle continued as Bill pursued Kevin outside. Bill said he was then overpowered by the younger man, who threw him around like a rag doll. As Kevin ran from him down the street, Bill returned to the house and called 911. He went into the kitchen to place the call. To that point, he had not paused to check on his wife or to see if she was still breathing. Bill met with police when they arrived at the house at about 3 p.m. Kevin Kine was still at the neighbors when the deputies arrived. He was located quickly. In the house, they found Diane, 49 years old, deceased in the bedroom, laying face up on her bed. An autopsy would later reveal that she had either been strangled or smothered. The EMT that first responded to the scene noted that Diane was already cold to the touch, which should indicate that she had been murdered sometime before the emergency calls were placed. There was some physical evidence collected at the scene which would prove pivotal to the investigation. First, 5 small droplets of blood were located in 2 locations in the bedroom. A few small specks on the comforter that lay on the bed, as well as on Diane's thigh. A single sandal was on the floor at the end of the bed. Its pair was found by the door. And a pair of eyeglasses were sitting next to the bed. DNA testing was also conducted in the room and swabs taken to match that of Diane, Bill, and Kevin. The 2 men were brought in by the police for questioning. Both of their stories are inconsistent, not only with each other, but with their 911 calls and the physical evidence. In both 911 recordings, the callers imply that they entered the bedroom with Diane at some point. Kevin when he claims to have approached his deceased mother, and Bill when he claims to have encountered the murder. Kevin stated clearly that he went into the room and that he had been in the process of trying to wake his mother when Bill attacked him.
So when I went into the room, he started choking me out, and I tried to wake her up.
But when questioned by police, he denied entering the room at all, claiming instead that he only paused at the doorway before Bill came up behind him. Bill was interviewed on 3 separate occasions. In the first 2 instances, he also denied entering the room after the encounter with Kevin. But on his 911 call, he very clearly sounded as though he was right next to his wife trying to assist her.
Are you right there with her?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to check. Is she awake?
No.
Confronted with this recording, Bill's third and final statement to police was that he thought it would sound better if he had not re-entered the room.
I wish I would have gone back and checked on her instead of chasing him. I thought it would look better if I didn't make it back into the room and Kevin was the only one in the room.
Why would that look better? What do you mean?
I don't know.
When the DNA testing was returned, the blood found inside the room was determined to be Kevin's. It was not clear how it came to be there. Police at the scene found that he had visible cuts on his neck after the struggle with Bill, but he did not re-enter the house after that altercation. DNA testing on the sandal matched Kevin as well. He initially denied to law enforcement that these were his shoes. Bill insisted that he and Diane had purchased them for Kevin a year prior and that he frequently wore them around the house. The eyeglasses were also determined to be Kevin's. Investigators believed that all this placed Kevin inside the room before his mother's death. The son was almost certainly lying.
As I pushed her door open, he grabbed me from the back of the neck and started choking me. And I saw my mom on her back. Her face was absolutely blue.
Did you kill your mother?
No, sir, I did not.
Bill further explained to investigators that Kevin had grown increasingly angry and volatile with his mother, which had culminated in multiple violent incidents. On the day of the murder, the 3 of them had been arguing over Kevin's use of the computer. A small issue perhaps, but one that was representative of the already embedded animosity in the household. Bill and Diane had wanted 23-year-old Kevin to leave the house and get a job, not to spend all day on the computer.
Whoopsie.
Kevin's behavior had been unstable, but was that enough to lead to murder?
Yeah, these stories do be getting fucked up sometimes.
Bill's DNA was also found inside the room, and perhaps most crucially, A match of Bill's DNA was found on Diane's neck. Aside from the blood droplets, Kevin's DNA was not found anywhere on his mother. Law enforcement largely disregarded the match to Bill, however, despite its location on the neck. It was not unreasonable, after all, to find the husband's DNA on his wife and in their shared bedroom. But Bill had also failed to be upfront with the investigators. Both men were given polygraph tests. Kevin passed his test without issue. Bill, however, tested as deceptive on 3 questions, 2 of which pertained to Diane's death. The first question that registered as deceptive asked Bill directly if he caused the death of his wife. The second inquired as to whether he had lied to law enforcement about finding Kevin on top of Diane.
I have told you what really happened.
Which version are we supposed to believe? Because you haven't been truthful to us at this point. You see how this is going? Mm-hmm. You failed a polygraph. Your DNA is on her neck, his isn't.
As Bill stuck to his story, police were left with little to go on. Polygraphs may serve as a useful indicator of deception, but may just as likely prove false. Investigators turned their attention towards the Kine family history, the dynamic amongst family members, and any potential motive these 2 men may have had for murder. The third question that Bill Kine failed on his polygraph did not directly address Diane's murder, but rather the death of his first wife, Krista. By the year of her death in 2000, Bill and Krista had been married for 22 years. The 2 were raising 5 children in the same Seminole house where Bill and Diane would later reside with Kevin. At the age of 44, Krista was found drowned in the family swimming pool with what was described as gardening equipment tied around her neck. She was found by her husband, then 42 years old, at 9 a.m. the next morning, a Sunday. Their daughter called 911 while Bill pulled Krista from the pool, but it was too late. She was no longer conscious. It was unclear how long she had been in the water.
What's up, shiny boy?
Investigators determined that Krista had tripped, hit her head, and fell into the pool. Bill was never considered a suspect. The death was deemed a tragic accident. He would tell the examiner in his polygraph that he did not cause the death of his first wife, and the examiner assessed that he was lying. After Krista's death, Bill received a life insurance payout of $250,000. And this was just one of multiple insurance payouts that Bill would receive over the years. It seems that Bill Kine has had some exceptionally bad luck in both his personal life and business ventures. Both Bill's auto shop as well as a separate investment property burned to the ground, leading to additional insurance funds of undisclosed amounts. In at least one of these cases, the cause was suspected arson, though nothing was ever conclusively proven. Each one of these instances taken individually were deemed unsuspicious, but taken as a whole, these payments were a red flag. When investigators in Diane's murder case looked into her life insurance, they found Bill had taken out policies on her, totaling $750,000. Kevin Kine also had a motive to kill his mother. In fact, he had a history of being argumentative, abusive, and threatening towards Diane, behaviors that were escalating in the months prior to her death. According to witnesses and other family members, including Bill's brother Jeremy, Kevin had a habit of goading his stepfather. "Go ahead, hit me. Then I can call the police and you can go to jail," he is quoted as saying. And the police were called to the home, many times. In each instance, the officers would determine that although Kevin had called them out to accuse his stepfather, he was the problem. And Kevin was a problem to both of his parents. Kevin had dropped out of Seminole High School, but later got a high school equivalency. He had been arrested several times starting at age 12 on charges that include battery, marijuana possession, resisting arrest, and criminal mischief. According to Bill, Kevin liked pain pills and the anti-anxiety drug Xanax, and he could become violent. His mother and stepfather entered him into drug treatment, set him up in jobs, and paid for his apartment. In a documented case, Kevin had gotten into an intense argument with his aunt, following which authorities had to arrest him. He kept a job at a neighboring Circle K for months, but most jobs lasted just days or weeks. Without a job, Kevin had no place to stay, except home. 2 years before the murder, the living situation had gotten so bad that Diane had a formal eviction notice served to her son, and with the help of the sheriff's office, he was forced out. But Diane always took him back. It had been a rough time for Kevin. A month prior, he had an operation to remove a benign tumor from his brain. On the day of the murder, he had been resting on the couch as he was still in recovery. This is counter to Bill's recollection of that day. Kevin and Diane had been fighting on and off, while Bill claimed to be watching NASCAR in another room. Kevin had changed the access code to the computer so that no one else could use it. Diane wanted access restored, and she wanted her son out of the house. She had imposed a deadline again, and gave Kevin only a few weeks to leave the house.
You little crybaby.
After a few minutes, when he
know?
heard the arguing turn to silence, Bill went to check on Diane. That is when he found Kevin with his hands on his mother's throat. The blood found in the room and on Diane, coupled with Kevin's history of anger issues, was enough to push for an indictment of first-degree murder against him. Speaking to the grand jury, Kevin did himself no favors when he testified that he and his stepfather had a good relationship, with few issues. This was demonstrably false. He was indicted in 2011 and went to trial. Kevin's public defenders strongly suggested that it was his stepfather, Bill Kine, that committed the murder for the life insurance money. But with the motives and stories so directly opposed, it was the physical evidence that weighed most heavily. The prosecution did not offer a logical explanation for the small droplets of Kevin's blood inside the room, but they did contend that this placed him in the room and proved him a liar. The prosecution also pointed towards the sandals that they claimed placed Kevin inside the room, though he denied ever fully entering. In addition, the state of Florida produced a jailhouse informant who claimed that Kevin had admitted to the murder and provided details that they claimed only Kevin could know. The jury found Kevin Kine guilty of second-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Jurors stated afterwards that they found no reasonable doubt presented at trial. But 2 years into serving his sentence, Kevin's appeal was heard by the court, and his conviction was overturned. The Second District Court of Appeals in Florida found that it was unlawful to have allowed evidence of Kevin's prior alleged violent or provocative incidents with his stepfather as evidence against him at trial. The state sought to prove a volatile pattern of behavior, and in doing so, they introduced many disputes between Kevin and Bill that had no connection to the anger that Kevin may have felt towards his mother, or the specific circumstances of her murder. The state needed to try again. Kevin Kine's retrial commenced in early 2015.
Cheers.
There were a few key differences between Kevin's first and second trial. First, of course, Kevin's history of angry disputes with Bill was omitted. Second, the defense team did not just suggest that Bill Kine was responsible for Diane's death, they outright accused him of it.
Bill Kine has lied over and over and over again. He's lied to save his own skin. He's lied to protect himself. He's lied to set up my client for murder. And the state expects you to convict Kevin based on that man's word.
The third and perhaps crucial difference in this trial compared to the first was that Kevin chose to take the stand in his own defense. When he did so, the prosecution grilled him about his past behavior. He had been a brat at the age of 23. He admitted to acting immaturely. He had been rude and regularly acting out against his mother. He also admitted that his mother was all that he had, so why would he kill her?
That's absolutely bratty. Okay, and but isn't brat a term that usually applies to children?
That's how I figure I was acting.
Well, you're 23 years old, right?
Correct.
And so you'd agree with me, would you not, that a parent who has a brat who's 8 or 10 years old, okay, would deal with that than a parent that had a 23-year-old that was still called himself a brat, right?
Correct.
Because you're old enough to be out of the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
If your kids are a brat when they're 8 or 10, you just got to live with it pretty much, don't you?
That's correct.
Okay, your mother did not have to live with your behavior, did she?
She didn't have to.
But she had no choice because you wouldn't leave. Right?
I was given a date.
Well, you've been given a date on a number of occasions, hadn't you?
They kept letting me come back because I had nowhere to go.
Well, you just kept arguing with him. You didn't want to get out of the house, did you?
I just wanted somewhere.
When you opened the door, did you take any steps into the bedroom?
I might have took 1 or 2 steps just opening the door.
Just taking 1 or 2 steps. This is the first time you've said that in 4.5 years, right?
I was always saying that I've opened the door, and that's as far as I've went.
You were always saying you never went in the bedroom, right?
The second jury found the reasonable doubt that the first had not, and Kevin Kine, supported by his paternal grandmother Phyllis Karakesh, was found not guilty and released from custody after years of imprisonment.
In the state of Florida versus Kevin Lee Kine, in a charge of murder in the 2nd degree, the defendant is found not guilty.
Did you kill your mother?
No, sir, I did not.
For the first time ever, Kevin Kine answers that question as a free man.
Feels great. It's been a long journey.
Bill Kine was in court with his new wife to hear the verdict, which delivered a blow to him in more ways than one.
But I feel comfortable sitting here, and I feel comfortable when I go to my grave that I didn't make a mistake.
Geiger says he and the other jurors would have liked to have heard testimony about the death of Bill Kine's first wife in that same...
Bill Kine has been cleared in the death of both of his wives. He later remarried a woman named Tanya, who passed away of cancer in 2017. Bill published an autobiography the following year detailing his many losses. It's entitled Love That Lasts a Lifetime. The book description reads, through candid anecdotes and inspirational advice, Kine invites all of us to see how with hope, love, and faith, we too can reach the highest mountaintops and survive the deepest valleys of despair. The following year, Bill was charged with leaving the scene of an accident after he drove his motorcycle through a group of cyclists, sending one individual to intensive care. It is not just Bill that found himself caught up again with the law in the years after the second trial. Kevin, who reverted back to his birth name, Karakesh, was arrested again in 2016 on a felony battery charge in relation to a fight in a pool hall. It was reported that he struck a man with a triangle rack as part of a brawl at a Seminole pub. The murder of Diane Kine remains unsolved. Her son and husband continue to call the other a murderer, and there is no doubt that one of them is correct. The Pinellas Pasco State Attorney's Office has stated publicly they were confident that they put the right Kine on trial. Thanks for watching. I'm Kevin. This is Just Thought Lounge, and I'll see you in the next one.
What the fuck? That's crazy.
It was about how easy it was to put this gun together. Yo ho ho, some guy whipped it out and got it together, and it was just nothing. I mean, it was harder than Legos, but not much, according to this video.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and welcome back to Just Thought Lounge. This is the true crime channel that delivers serious, well-balanced coverage of the cases that really make you think. Today we are looking at a case that has been grabbing headlines lately, and for good reason. In April 2022, self-published romance novelist and insurance agent Nancy Brophy went on trial for the 2018 murder of her husband, Dan Brophy, who was shot to death in the kitchen of the culinary school where he taught while prepping for classes early one morning in June. Nancy's arrest for Dan's murder came as a complete shock to nearly everyone who knew the couple. They were widely admired for the love and strength of their 25-year marriage. However, it's possible that financial woes had cast a shadow over their happy union. Nancy at 68 and Dan at 63 were looking towards retirement, and their plan to save available funds had become, well, complicated. Surveillance video led police to question Nancy's alibi. They discover a gun kit that she claims to have required for literary research and a kind of published guide to the act in the form of an article she wrote entitled How to Murder Your Husband. Let's take a look. On the morning of the 2nd of June 2018, students at the Oregon Culinary Institute arrived for their morning classes at around 8 a.m. Unlike every morning before, however, the students found the door to the entrance was locked. Eventually, an instructor let them in through the student entrance. A few headed to the back kitchen for their morning session. In the back kitchen, where preparation for the morning should have been taking place, a small group of students entered to discover their beloved teacher, Chef Daniel Brophy, unresponsive on the floor. Believing at first that this is a medical event, a heart attack or a stroke perhaps, one student began performing CPR while another called 911. More students and another chef also began to gather, all in shock and seeking to help.
911. Hi, we are at Oregon Culinary Institute, and there is somebody collapsed in one of our kitchens.
Okay,
one
just
of our
one
chefs.
moment. And
He's one of our chefs, and he's an older man.
all right, is he conscious right now?
No, he is not conscious.
Okay, is he breathing?
No, he's not breathing.
Okay. And is anyone doing CPR?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, someone's doing CPR right now?
Yep.
Do they need instructions?
Do you need instruction, or do you need?
Are they doing compressions only?
She's doing compressions, and I can switch out too if you need to, because I'm CPR certified.
Okay.
Okay, he's bleeding out of what? Okay, he's bleeding out of his chest.
Bleeding out of his chest? Okay.
Yeah.
Does he
just started bleeding.
Okay, is someone still doing CPR?
Yes. No, should keep going. The ribs are broken. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
His ribs
All
are
right.
broken. They broke his
Is someone
fucking
still doing anything or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, she's still doing compressions.
Okay. All right.
Does she need to continue?
Whatever she feels comfortable doing.
Whatever you feel comfortable doing. Do you want me to turn out? Do you want me to take a turn?
They'll be there. They're coming really fast. They'll be there any second.
They're going to be
Okay.
here any second.
I know you're doing a good job. I know. You're doing a good job. Okay.
Why do you even start doing the chest compressions
Paramedics
and shit if you're just
firefighters
gonna
arrived
sit there
3
and have
minutes
like a
after the
nervous
dispatch call.
breakdown?
They rapidly determined Daniel
Like,
Brophy had
hello?
been shot,
I'd
finding
rather have
shell
someone
casings
like
on the
calm,
floor
cool,
of
and
the kitchen.
collected.
Chef
In
Daniel
that
Brophy
position,
had been
you know
shot
what I mean?
twice, once through the chest and once through the back. Later, the destructive path of each bullet was recreated, and it was determined that either one would have been fatal, but it's unclear which shot was first.
Around 8:30 this morning, Central Precinct officers responded to the Oregon Culinary Institute on the report of a shooting. The initial information was people arrived at the school and went inside and found a male in his 60s suffering from some sort of traumatic injury. They began first aid. Police and fire personnel got here, went in and continued to render aid. Ultimately, though, that aid was unsuccessful. They were unable to save the person's life. Tentatively has been identified. At this point, we don't have any suspect information. The medical examiner, homicide detectives, and our forensics folks are here beginning to process the scene. And based on the preliminary information, we are looking at this as a homicide.
The Culinary Institute did not have any security cameras. There were no fingerprints found on the 2 shell casings, but this was not unusual. There was also no weapon found at the scene. Daniel's wife Nancy caught word of the shooting at the school and arrived at the Culinary Institute, the OCI. She said that day that her husband arose early, fed the chickens, and walked their dogs. She said she awoke when he came upstairs to have a shower. She estimated he left for work a little after 7 a.m. Detectives located Nancy and accompanied her home. In the recorded conversation that took place, Nancy speaks with detectives for 10 minutes before inquiring about her husband. Several minutes after that, she asked what had happened to him, and 47 minutes into the call, she asked where her husband, Dan Brophy, actually was.
So I'm Detective Posey, and we're here also with Detective Merrill, and we're here with Nancy, and your
It's
last name
definitely been a
is
good day for you. That's what I love to hear, it, man.
And
So what's up? What did you get up to today?
Is June 2nd, 2018, and it's approximately, 10:47.
We did a culinary tour in Oaxaca. This must have been 2003, and we did this culinary tour, and we were with these same people for 13 days, and at the end of the 13 days, I don't notice he's quiet, but somebody said, you know, I didn't think your husband ever spoke. And I thought, he talks all the time. But they didn't see it that way. And, so, here's the other thing. He doesn't harbor grudges. I mean, he truly doesn't harbor grudges. When he first went to work at Western Culinary, God, I'm going to have to tell you stories here.
Not any specific like things that you know.
Sure, reminded me of the
that-
teacher
there's
from Jimmy
there's no,
Neutron.
you know, like he was like, "Oh man, this person's really got it out for me," or
No.
none of that kind of.
And that wouldn't be how he thought anyway.
Okay.
You know, Dan Grant is his own little world.
Not much. That's not what you want to do.
That makes him
Fair,
so
fair, fair.
He's not. He's not.
No, I know. So I just want to let you know that, you know, we believe, you know, Dan, we believe it's Dan that's okay.
Yeah, I kind of got that when everybody gave me the
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's our job to figure out what happened. Kids,
That's Nathaniel.
and that's the only kid that he has through her.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Any issues there?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, no, Nathaniel's
Did
great.
you guys have it? Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what, you know, and that's why I'm asking
Sure.
some of these kind of questions.
Can you tell me what happened, as far as you know?
He was shot.
Was it AR-15?
No, I don't know what he was shot with.
Oh.
But he was shot with a gun. Why do you say AR?
Because school shootings are all AR-15s now.
It's
Nancy was also asked whether she and Dan owned any guns.
So the doors would be locked.
Okay.
The doors would all be locked. How did somebody else come in?
That's
what we're working on.
So I was going to ask you, does Dan own any kind of guns at all, or does he carry a gun at all for any reason? For protection or anything?
You're going to be so embarrassed. I'm kind of embarrassed. After the Marjorie Douglas Stoneman shooting in February.
After which one?
The one in February in Florida.
Yeah, in Florida.
We talked about it, and I had kind of surveyed people, and everybody we know owns a gun except us. And I said, maybe we ought to buy a gun. And he said, okay. And so there was a gun show, and I went down and bought a gun. But here's the weird thing. I bought this gun. I got it home. We looked at it, and neither one of us wanted it. And so it's still on my closet shelf, and it still has that little plastic band around the shooter thing.
Yeah.
Shooter thing. There's a name for this.
Yeah.
And because we've never even bought bullets for it, you know.
Okay.
So yeah,
Is
we
it
have
a pistol or is it a
It's
a
a
rifle?
Glock.
Okay.
And
Officers on the scene reported that Nancy broke down in tears and was consoled by a nearby officer. They ensured that the 68-year-old widow made it home safely. The detectives drove her home that morning in her 2005 Toyota Sienna minivan. Nancy Brophy was a sympathetic figure. She came across as mildly distraught and overwhelmed by the events of the morning. The death had been ruled a homicide, but the unimposing widow was not thought of suspiciously. On the morning of the murder, her hands were not swabbed for gun residue. She told detectives that she had been home that morning until receiving a phone call that a shooting had occurred at the Institute. Homicide detectives said that their initial impressions of Nancy began to shift, however, when external security footage of the Culinary Institute emerged. The OCI itself may not have had cameras, but a nearby pizza restaurant could produce footage that had a snapshot of the street outside. And a jarring image from the video showed an old Toyota minivan, remarkably similar to the one that Nancy drove, was captured outside of the Institute, within minutes of when Dan was shot and killed inside the building. Investigators began to compile external surveillance footage surrounding the Institute building that morning. Dan is shown arriving at work at 7:20 a.m. The alarm to the building was disarmed at 7:22 a.m., which is when he was assumed to have been inside the building. Based on how Dan was found, it was assumed that he was filling up ice buckets in the back sink when attacked. At 6:39 a.m., a van similar to Nancy's, being driven by a woman resembling Nancy, was caught on security footage making a turn towards the street where the Institute was situated.
Definitely
The van
didn't do that.
suspected to be Nancy's is then shown entering the area of the Institute at 7:08 a.m. and then leaving the area of the Institute at 7:28 a.m. The van shows a similar marking on its side to that of one on Nancy's vehicle. If Nancy was awaiting her husband's arrival at work, shot him and then exited to her van, she would have done so efficiently. Parking her vehicle, entering the building after Dan had disarmed the alarm, committing the crime, and then exiting within 6 minutes. Dan was a respected and beloved chef and culinary instructor, a mentor to the aspiring chefs of the next generation.
My name is Daniel Brophy. I have been teaching since the Oregon Culinary Institute opened. Background in food spans approximately 45 years. In the last 35 years, I've had about 150 vegetable
Food?
gardens.
I mean, it depends how old he is. It could be even longer, his experience with food.
Dan was also a generous and caring man. He arranged to have the quality ingredients used as practice in his classes, like chopped vegetables, donated to the First Baptist Church in Portland, where a meals program organized by his father helped feed the hungry.
He's the type of guy that if you were going to go in and rob him, he would sit you down, give you his wallet, make you breakfast, and then talk you out of a life of crime. That is who Dan Brophy was.
Nancy and Daniel Brophy met in the early 1990s, shortly after Nancy relocated to Portland. They got married and started living in the Portland suburbs. While Dan continued to work at the Oregon Culinary Institute and tended to chickens and grew spices in the backyard of their home, Nancy Brophy did
Good luck with
different
that
jobs
one.
from
Some
selling
people
life
just don't
insurance,
give a
which paid the
fuck.
bills, to writing romance novels. Nancy's series of self-published romance meets mystery series, the Wrong series, included titles like The Wrong Hero, The Wrong Cop, and notably, The Wrong Husband. The author's website entices readers to escape with rugged men, strong women, and a good story. Her novels carry the tagline, "Wrong never felt so right." Nancy was not all about the racy and the cheesy. She also, no doubt regretfully, blogged about related topics online.
Bro,
One such
this
post
fucking
entitled
dragon
"How to
just
Kill
did
Your
6
Husband" would
fucking
haunt the writer in
magic
the
attacks
aftermath
in
of her husband's death. In this particular posting, Nancy
The
wrote,
RNG,
"As a
bro.
romantic
It's
suspense
fucking
writer,
just
I spend a
wild
lot
with
of
me.
time thinking about murder and consequently about police procedure. After all, if the murder is supposed to set me free, I certainly don't want to spend any time in jail. And let me say clearly for the record, I don't like jumpsuits and orange isn't my color." She writes about how to
I'm
not
just
leave a
hitting straight
trace,
zeros.
choosing the time of attack and collecting the husband's life insurance policies within days of the crime for a murderous wife to evade conviction and enjoy the fruits of her labor. In Nancy's instructional blog post, she outlines a few key motives to kill one's husband. At the top of the list, finances. Divorce is expensive, and do you really want to split your possessions? The drawback is the police aren't stupid. They are looking at you first. So you have to be organized, ruthless, and very clever. Husbands have disappeared from cruise ships before, so why not yours? Dan had multiple life insurance policies, arguably more than he would logically need. The couple spent almost $1,000 a month on policies. Dan had an income of $34,000 a year. And Nancy appeared keen to collect. Only days after the murder, Nancy placed a call to Detective Darren Posey, inquiring after a letter for her insurance provider, one that would clear her of any suspicion in her husband's death. With this, she can collect $40,000 in life insurance.
But this may give you a laugh this afternoon. I don't want to be the stupid question of the day, but I think I need to be the stupid question of the day. So my insurance company said, well, just have the detective write a letter that you're no longer a suspect. And I said, man, I just don't know that he's there. And I'm not sure that he looks at it that way. But if you do, I get you to write the letter. My sister, when I told her this as a lawyer, laughed so hard she fell out of the chair. So
Why would you need that?
because they don't want to pay if it turns out that I secretly slipped down to the school and shot my husband because I thought, hey, going into old age without Dan after 25 years, it's really what I'm looking for, you know?
Okay. Well, We never would do something like that.
I really didn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, that's not something that we never do something like that. That's never been done. I've never heard of that being done.
I was shocked when he told me this. And the other thing he says, well, I said, so what happens if, in fact, based upon your, and this is such a stupid little policy. I can't believe they're making me jump through the hoops like this. This is only $40,000. My sister said, you know, usually when they do that, it's for millions. And I said, yeah, we weren't insured for millions.
Police later determined that the amount of life insurance that Nancy was set to receive was considerably more than the $40,000 she referenced in her call to the police. On September 5th, 2018, Nancy was arrested for the murder. Investigators attempted to interview Nancy after she was arrested, but she invoked her right to an attorney. No interview took place. It's not clear if she was already formally represented by counsel at that time. Nancy's bond hearing played out as a sort of synopsis to the trial that was to follow. The state did not want to see Nancy released, and so mapped out much of the evidence in the case against her in some detail. Bond was denied, and Nancy was held in custody awaiting her trial.
I can't imagine. I just don't think she's capable. She's been a mess. Me, my kitchen crew, our friends, family, her family, people have been there nonstop since he died, helping her.
In April 2022, after years of delays, some of which were unavoidable due to the COVID pandemic, Nancy finally went to trial. Prosecutors argued that the minivan captured by external video footage outside of the OCI that morning was Nancy Brophy. They posited that the now 71-year-old woman entered the Institute between 7:22 and 7:28 a.m., shot her husband in the back and at close range, then turned around and drove home. She was aware that the building did not have security cameras.
She's not seen again on camera until 7:28. I believe the evidence will show you that she remained within this area during that time, between 7:08 and 7:28. Otherwise, she would have been caught on the various other cameras leaving the area.
The state also argued that the layout of the building itself was quite intricate and a bit confusing. It would have been easy for someone unfamiliar to get turned around, particularly getting from a front entrance to the back kitchen where Dan was found. Nancy was familiar with the building where her husband worked, which the state believed lent weight to the case against her. The author's blog post, How to Kill Your Husband, was excluded from the trial. It was written 11 years earlier. The judge noted that it was written for a writing seminar, and any value it might have to the case was outweighed by the prejudice it may cause in the jury. The murder weapon was determined to be a Glock 17. Prosecutors presented evidence that in the months prior to the murder, Nancy Brophy had procured a ghost gun kit designed to make an unregistered firearm. Internet search history located on an older laptop retrieved from the Brophy's closet showed searches for the weapon, registration procedures in the state of Oregon, and searches for local gun shows where such weapons could be obtained. Nancy purchased a Glock 17 at a gun show on the 17th of February. 2 days later, she set up an eBay account. 3 days after that, on the 23rd, Nancy's online history shows the purchase of a slide and barrel assembly, which would modify her gun. A ballistics expert testified to the mismatch of the casings found at the scene and Nancy's gun. According to prosecutors, Nancy may have attached the slide and barrel to her gun and swapped it out after committing the murder, so investigators would not be able to link the unique markings on the bullets to her gun.
Holy shit, bro. How many times do I have to fucking sit there and click that thing, bro?
Whether or not, or maybe form an opinion about whether or not
Unbelievable.
you thought that this firearm was actually used, this complete firearm was actually used in the homicide?
I believe that it may have been used in the situation. Yes.
And if not the whole firearm, at least part of it.
Correct.
What a terrible trip.
After
Holy
you had
fuck,
learned
what a waste of
that
time this
at
was.
least the slide and barrel portion of this gun that we've been talking about was not matching the shell casings from the crime scene. And after then learning that Miss Brophy had actually purchased a Glock 17 slide and barrel from eBay, what were you thinking at that point?
My belief or understanding at that point was that essentially the slide and barrel that was purchased on eBay, and that was a complete slide barrel and spring assembly, was used to put on the frame of this Glock 17 in order to conduct the homicide.
This question calls for speculation, and the answer is speculation.
When Nancy's gun was handed over to investigators, its slide and barrel were not seated properly on the weapon. Nancy's defense team says this proves nothing, but it was a curious state to find the weapon in, given that it is suspected to have been modified in that exact way. Nancy's cell phone activity was tracked alongside the surveillance footage of what was suspected to be her minivan around the OCI on the day of the murder. In the animation, the red van is the suspect vehicle. Another car on the road that morning, which appears on the cameras, is also represented on the map. Additionally, footage from a nearby Max Light rail station yielded a partial license plate number from the suspect vehicle, which was later found to fit the plate number registered for Nancy's van. At the heart of Nancy Brophy's defense was one central and powerful assertion. Nancy and Dan Brophy had been married happily in a strong and collaborative partnership that had lasted 25 years and remained up to Dan's last day very much in love.
Nancy's marriage was so healthy that the younger people that they mentored wanted a marriage just like theirs. Nancy Brophy's niece, Susan Estrada, lived with the Brophy's for, well, a few different times, but once for about a year.
1,000
She told the
XP
police they had a
attack
great
XP.
marriage. They had one of those rare few relationships that made you think,
attack
hey,
XP.
marriage might not be a bad idea. Another witness admired Dan and Nancy's relationship
wild.
so much that she said, I knew I wanted a Brophy marriage
Almost 90
for
attack.
myself.
That's what I'm talking about.
However, the state asserted that Nancy had a financial incentive to kill her husband and presented evidence that the couple had been struggling financially.
Bro, did I leave
Dan
my
had
Gatorade
6 life
downstairs?
insurance
I
policies in
did.
force during the date of his death. Between these policies and workers' compensation, Nancy was set to
My
receive
Gatorade
approximately
bottle.
$1.6 million. Forensic accountants for the defense described the couple's financial situation as relatively prosperous and trending in the right direction. They had withdrawn some funds from Dan's 401k retirement savings as a temporary measure, and this had resolved their immediate financial concerns. Overall, Nancy's team argued characterizing the Brophy's financial state as near ruin, as the state was asserting, was an exaggeration and wholly inaccurate. The defense also argued that even if it was Nancy shown in the minivan near the Culinary Institute that day, 6 minutes is simply not enough time for her to have committed the crime. In addition, the defense utilized surveillance footage as well to piece together a possible alternative theory of the murder. Forensic video technician Sergio Perez points to footage showing a person who appeared to be on lookout near the building close to the time that Dan was killed. They followed that individual around the area in the period before and after the crime. The man identified as Oscar Taylor disappears from view for about 30 minutes just before 7:20 a.m.
When you get oriented, can you tell us essentially what time of the morning this is? And let me also ask you while we see him there, who is that subject?
So that would be Oscar Taylor, and he showed up there in the camera at 6:39 approximately, entering the store at 7:11:49 and leaving the store at 7:15:25.
All right, so you determined that he was at the Starbucks a little bit more than 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when it is a little after 7:20, not before 7:20, when you lose sight of him going north on 18th?
Yes, it's like 7:20 and a few seconds after that.
Okay.
So if Oscar Taylor would have continued going up 18th and tried to get into the area of the school where the business is on the left, you don't have any video of that?
No.
Okay. And could you tell what Oscar Taylor was doing with that can?
I suppose he was collecting stuff.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Is it consistent with somebody that's picking up items, specifically cans that are worth money? Is that consistent with what he's doing?
Could be. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, if somebody told you that he was actually canning that morning, collecting cans to turn in for money. Would that be consistent with what you were seeing on the video?
Possible. I don't know. I didn't see him doing that. So
sure.
Yeah, I just had to.
But you're not seeing anything that's suggesting he's doing something else.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes.
Several days after the prosecution had rested its case in the third week of the trial, they received some curious information. A fellow inmate held at Multnomah County Jail earlier in the year with Nancy Brophy came forward with a story about a conversation the two held. Detectives flew to Texas where the inmate had been moved. They spoke with Andrea Jacobs, who had previously shared a jail dormitory with Nancy in Oregon. Andrea told detectives that Nancy described the murder of her husband to her. She said that Nancy had described herself as being this far apart with arms outstretched when Dan was shot. Detectives interpreted the statement as tantamount to a jailhouse confession. Nancy had placed herself at the scene and within feet of Dan when he was shot. But when Andrea took the stand, her recollection of the conversation proved underwhelming and less impactful than anticipated.
You know, I remember asking her if she could use the media to help find who killed her husband, you know, because I felt like that was important. If you had a platform, then you could use that platform to help, you know, find out who did this horrible thing to her husband. And she said she didn't have to prove who killed her husband. She just needed to worry about proving that she didn't. And she told me that he was shot 2 times to the heart, and and she showed me the distance. She said he was shot 2 times to the heart, and she said it was about, and she used her arm span, because I said, wow, that's must have been close up, you know, and she used her arm span and said, well, it was about this far, and that's...
Okay. So just to be clear, she held her arms out.
Correct.
Said it was about this far.
Correct.
Did she say anything about her involvement?
No, I mean, when we were first talking, she slipped up and she started to say I, but then she switched really quick to it. And so I mean, she was saying it was about this far. I mean, it was not, you know how sometimes you start saying something, then you're like, oh, like that, you know.
Andrea was being held in custody under charges for the alleged embezzlement of approximately $1 million over 4 years, amongst other related financial crimes. She did not make any deals for leniency or receive any special treatment for testifying. In fact, she made it pretty clear on the stand that she did not wish to testify at all, but felt that she had no choice. Over 20 days into the trial, Nancy Brophy took the stand in her own defense. Much of her testimony focused on explaining her and Dan's financial situation. They had hit a rough patch years earlier, she admitted, but that was in the past.
You heard the testimony of our insurance expert, right? And he said that you paid between 3 times and 6 times the premium each month that you could have paid for a simpler $100,000 term policy on Dan's life.
That's right.
So this is a premium that costs you between 3 and 6 times as much.
Yes.
But you pay it. What are you betting when you pay that?
I'm betting Dan will live and we get the money.
How long does Dan have to live for you to get the money?
20 years. Because it's a special type of policy that's also part of our retirement planning. So it is a policy that we got that if I wasn't there to remind him, I wasn't sure he would remember what our plan was. But basically what happens on return of premium is you pay the premiums, and if Dan doesn't die, which was our plan, we get all the money back for the premium.
Crucially, Nancy also explained her reasoning for purchasing the gun kit. She wanted it for research purposes for her writing, but also she believed that her and Dan were amongst the only people she knew that did not own a gun for protection.
The story that you had, right? How did the gun parts fit into the story arc?
Well, that gets to be really important. The way I was going to write the story was each month a piece would come to her in the mail, and she would So that would be the beginning. And as the gun built, so did the story arc. And so did her character arc. And what did you learn from putting a gun together? And how did it compare to your life? How does that solve some of your problems as you're working through them?
Okay.
I went back and forth on buying the gun kit.
How many times do you think you went to that site before you bought a gun kit?
Oh,
If
I'll
you
bet
remember?
7 to 10.
Really?
Uh-huh. You know, sometimes you think that if you do this, this will solve your problems, that you will relax, that you will stop worrying things to death. And it turns out that you look at the gun and you think, well, that doesn't help. You know, then he said, maybe we ought to look at selling it if neither one of us are enthused, if it didn't do what we want it to do. And I said, okay. And I said, or I could take it apart and then I could put the other one together. And Dan said, no, we've seen you in action before. No, 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 do not take it apart. And I said, okay, which made sense. It really did.
Let me ask you, were you afraid that if you took the whole gun apart and then put it back together that
I'd kill myself in the process firing it when it fired backwards? Yes.
after you learned that your husband had been killed with a gun, how did you feel about your decision to buy a gun?
Well, in the lighter moments, I thought it was karma kicking me in the ass. But in the heavier moments, I thought, we own a gun and it didn't protect us. We bought a gun to protect us and it didn't do its job. Sorry.
You told the police that...
Wait, I need to wait just a minute.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
At the core of the state's case was the surveillance footage. In what was perhaps the most damning testimony she could have offered, Nancy did not deny that the driver in the footage was likely to be her. Nancy seems to place herself at the scene of the crime. She claimed to suffer from a memory gap, affecting her recollection of the first part of the morning.
Did they tell you that they had video of you near the murder scene?
Yes.
Did you believe that was true?
Not for 1 second. I thought, they're making this up. This isn't true.
And did she show you a photograph that kind of shook you to your core?
She showed me a photograph of what looked like my van and what looked like me in it and what looked like me in clothes I recognized.
What do you mean clothes you recognize?
That nightshirt that we've talked about, the nubbly black one with the white lace applique. And I was obviously somewhere near the school. I can't remember if the backdrop was Bellagio's or whatever. I wasn't that involved with the backdrop, but I can tell you it looked like me. You know what they say? They say old age isn't for sissies. So what happens is I turn 65 as I'm starting to lose my eyesight. Then I'm starting to lose my hearing. I'm looking at this and thinking, oh man, I'm now losing my mind, because that's what you think. You think, how can this have happened and me not remember this? How am I sitting here in a vehicle and having absolutely no memory of how I got there? And they're saying it happened at this time, and it's video stamped. It's not like it's, you know, trust us, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's this time. It was not that. It was this picture, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm not even sure what I was thinking, to be perfectly honest, because even now, if I think about it, my mind kind of goes blank with the horror of it.
Diarrhea.
You know?
Verbal diarrhea, boys.
Nancy is guilty of murdering her husband, and it is now up to you
Holy.
to deliver the justice for Chef Dan Brophy and the rest of the Brophy family.
If there's any reasonable possibility Nancy Brophy is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt, and you are required under our system of laws to return a verdict of not guilty.
The 12-person jury deliberated for 2 days before returning a verdict of guilty on the first charge of second-degree murder against the 71-year-old Nancy Brophy.
Is that the chick that does grandma cookies?
Her legal team announced immediately that they will appeal. At the time of publication, Nancy has not been sentenced. Both Dan's mother and his son Nathaniel were grateful for the guilty verdict, and believed it was necessary for their family to begin to heal.
Oh, she got guilty.
Over
She
10
got the
years
guilty
ago on
verdict.
the romance author's website, Nancy wrote of her life and her husband. I live in the beautiful green and very wet Northwest, married to a chef whose mantra is, life is a science project. As a result, there are chickens and turkeys in my backyard, a fabulous vegetable garden, a hot meal on the table every night. For those of you who have longed for this, let me caution you. The old adage is true. Be careful what you wish for. When the gods are truly angry, they grant us our wishes. And that was the story of Nancy Brophy, the romance novelist who foreshadowed her own future when she published a blog about how to murder your husband. Thanks once again for examining the case with me today.
That's so
I'm Kevin,
women logic
this is Just
right
Thought
there,
Lounge,
bro.
and I'll see you in the next one.
What the fuck?
24 years, over 150 jury trials. I've never had a harder closing argument than this, because honestly, in most, I've got evidence to attack. This case is totally speculation.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and this is Just Thought Lounge. JTL is the true crime channel that delivers serious, well-balanced coverage of the cases that really make you think. We're about to take a look at a case that had investigators questioning the meaning and authenticity of every piece of evidence they uncovered. What was real in this case, and what had been staged to lead them in the wrong direction. On the 24th of May 2020, in Westerville, Ohio, Emily Noble and her husband of 2 years, Matthew Moore, went out on the town to celebrate her 52nd birthday. After an enjoyable time out, they were seen returning home early that evening. Less than 24 hours later, however, Matt had called police to the home. His wife was missing. Her purse, car, ID, and phone all left behind, and Emily could not be found. Telling police that he had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach and suspected the worst, Matt spent hours speaking with investigators. He pointed out potentially key evidence, guided them to areas to look for Emily, suggested what he thought or feared could have happened.
Might be brother.
After months of searching, evidence gathering, expert reports, and questioning, detectives were convinced they have seen through the act and they have pieced together the puzzle. There was more to the case than meets the eye, and more to Matthew Moore than a distraught husband. Or was there? Let's take a look. Friends of Emily Noble's, of which she had many, describe her as a big-hearted, slightly eccentric, and unfailingly loyal person. She embraced nature, loved going for walks, and had adopted a hobby of foraging and drying out plants, what most people would consider weeds, and using these as herbs in her kitchen or to replace the produce at her local grocery store. Emily was a lover of nature. Many of her friends said that they never expected the feisty and independently minded Emily to get married, but she did so twice. In around 2016, Emily joined the dating website Plenty of Fish and met Matthew Moore, a man that shared her self-described hippie-like lifestyle. Matt, once married himself, had made a career as a casino worker in Las Vegas for over 20 years, but he had relocated with his son, briefly at first, to Ohio where he had first met Emily. But after the program that his teenage son Joey was enrolled in ended, Matt made his way back to Vegas to work, leaving Emily devastated and heartbroken, according to those close to her. The separation did not take, however. Emily and Matt reconnected, leading Matt and Joey to move back to Ohio. In the summer of 2018, Emily and Matt Moore were married. They moved into Emily's condo, an inheritance from her mother, and looked after Joey, a teenager who required special care. Emily and Joey rapidly grew very close. There was a cloud that hung over Emily's 52nd birthday celebration with her husband on the 24th of May 2020. It had been a year of grief for the couple. 10 months prior, 18-year-old Joey, having recently been diagnosed with schizophrenia, had taken his own life. Devastated by the loss, Emily had taken a few months off at the Medicaid office where she worked. Matt also struggled with depression. For a time at least, they both just tried to cope. Even regular daily tasks became difficult to work through. The two took a bit of a road trip in the morning towards a small village where a natural spring provided fresh water, which they could bottle up and take home with them. This was the type of natural foraging activity that Emily loved. Back in Westerville, the couple headed to Uptown, where shops, restaurants, and bars provided an evening out drinking and chatting. They bar hopped, but they did not stay out late. It was an enjoyable evening, Matt said. They had both been in good spirits.
What's up, man?
This made the events of the next day even more confusing. Awake by maybe 10 a.m., Matt had no idea where his wife was. They had plans to have a picnic with an old friend of Emily's, but he didn't know any of the details surrounding the plans that she had made, and she wasn't around to clarify. Just before 6 p.m., he called one of Emily's best friends, Celeste. Had she heard from Emily that day? She had not. Celeste told Matt to contact the police. The next call Matt made
Just on the
was
Xbox?
to 911.
What you playing, bro?
My wife, Emily Noble, has been missing all day. Her birth computer with her ID, her car here with her car keys, and her phone's here. I don't know what you always, I've been advised to call
I actually fucking miscounted the time.
No, yesterday was just a day, and wow. I got up this morning, she wasn't there, which is not that normal. But I mean, she usually comes home or just, go for a walk. It's just very, very unusual for her to not in contact with me. Her phone was here, she always has her phone with her.
Okay. We have an officer headed to talk to you or give you a call to see how we want to proceed with this, okay?
Okay.
Celeste approached the house just as Sergeant Robert Hollis arrived.
Okay, so what's going on?
She's uncharacteristically missing. Okay. Her wallet's here. She carries her wallet. I need some money. Her phone's here. Her car's in the garage.
Matt explained that he had gotten out of bed in the night at an undetermined time, maybe about midnight, to use the restroom. But instead of returning to bed with his wife, his habit was to go back to sleep in Joey's old room so that he would not disturb Emily when returning to bed. Then when he awoke sometime around 10 a.m., Emily was gone.
Did you call her? I called. She's her best friend, and I just called her like now. I mean, I've been waiting around all day for her to show up. I called her. We were supposed to be at a party today.
What time was that? What time was the picnic supposed to start?
She didn't tell me. It was a Memorial Day. We could get some time. She didn't tell me when it was going to start. I was just waiting for her to tell me when we should go. I texted her twice and said, hey, we want to party. She didn't get back to me. So I called that guy and I said she didn't.
What guy?
The guy that's at the party.
Okay, is this a friend? Do you know this guy?
It's an old friend of hers that she just connected with on Facebook.
Not sure what to play. I suggest playing some Fortnite, bro.
Matt offered to Sergeant Hollis that Emily often took walks to forage and that the regular trails that she frequented nearby would be a logical place to look for her.
She forages, she goes for walks, and she picks wild edibles. That's kind of her hobby. She goes around here. It's a real short walk. It's 15 minutes the most. A lot of the time I was like, she's just out in that.
So is that something you guys do together? So you would know where we could look if we need to go that way?
Yeah, it's public. It's on a bike trail. I mean, I don't know why she would stop. I just got a feeling right here. When my son died, I'm thinking, it's a great fucking year. It's all. This is so funny. I'm dying. I'm afraid something happens. It's not normal. Yeah, this is here.
Over 2 hours, Matt walked Sergeant Hollis through his house, examining both vehicles and reviewed his recollection of the night before and that morning numerous times. More than once, Matt noted that he had a bad feeling and that he was thinking that it was possible the worst had already happened. It is really disturbing, Matt said, that a person so methodical, thoughtful, and organized as Emily would behave so unpredictably.
Greatest, squarest person I've ever met. She does everything. She's taught me a lot just since I've been there. She's really meticulous. And she's just, this is uncharacteristic. She would never go somewhere and not tell you where she comes.
Yo, I'll be right back, boys. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water.
I mean,
I'm gonna pause this video. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water. And then we'll keep slaying this fucking pig. And then we gonna slay this pig. Man, I got like pop my back. Oh, you do that exclamation point give? It doesn't always work. You did an exclamation point give. You did it. It just doesn't work for some reason. Yeah, let's see here. Take that.
as long as I could today. Just been like, she's going to show up, whatever. She's foraging, she went for a walk, just a trip. Cars here, maybe someone picked her up, which I don't think I've ever had. I've never had.
Well, she would have taken her phone.
Move, motherfucker!
And she would have
Oh my god. Talk about a heart
He pointed
attack.
to one item in particular that stood out to him as out of place in the house. A large extension cord placed on top of the cooler in the garage. The same cooler that the couple had brought with them on the trip to the spring the day before. How did the cord come to rest on top of the cooler after they came home? And what did that mean?
I don't know, man. It's just weird that it's here. And I don't know if there was more than one thing on here. I would just, why is this here?
And her mom passed away? Yeah, out of a car crash, correct? Okay.
I don't. All I know, this is. We went to that spring for a little while. The spring water.
That's the spring water?
I got home.
Your phone rang.
I just brought it home and put it there. Get me wrong, I don't know. But I'm telling you.
No, I'm dead.
This was here.
Almost said hi to Hans.
But you got put the thing there.
Here yesterday, I collected 3 bottles, put them in the fridge, keep them cold, kept the rest out here, and that's all. Maybe at some point she took it, put it there for some weird reason, maybe, but I'm just telling you that this was not. She wouldn't do that because she puts everything right back to where it's supposed to be. Everything here is just the thought. This being here is weird. She wouldn't even like that. I don't know where to put it, so I just put it here.
In the days that followed, missing person posters were printed and distributed, and more formal search parties were organized. The police employed the use of drones, helicopters, divers, and eventually cadaver dogs to comb through the surrounding area. The investigation was not restricted to the outdoors. Matthew and Emily's condo was searched extensively. Forensic teams from the Ohio Criminal Investigations Bureau were called in to assess the condo. They found no signs of foul play in the home. Security footage from the restaurant and the bars confirmed Matt's version of events up to that point. They were seen leaving the last bar at around 7:30 p.m. The clothing that both had worn out was located in a laundry bin in the condo's bathroom, still unwashed, which again confirmed that they had in fact come home that night and left in question what Emily may have been wearing when she exited the condo. Police asked for help from the public.
And then one resident in the area who puts her back at home 7 to 8 p.m. range on Sunday the 24th of May. I think the nature of this disappearance is suspicious because how many people up and vanish, leaving everything behind like that. Now, that said, we've had another recent case where a young lady did exactly that.
As the search for Emily continued, many in her close circle of friends grew more and more suspicious of Matt. After the first few days, he was not contributing towards their efforts to find her, they said, and he refused to join foot searches. Matt did contact a popular true crime podcast, the Vanished Podcast, to bring greater exposure to the search, but this effort did nothing to dispel suspicions towards him. The description that he offered of his very petite wife on the show struck many as extremely odd and off-putting. His comments brought exposure to the case, but also to himself.
We asked him if he could describe Emily to us. This is what he said.
I never saw her get on a scale. She's very small. She's like 100 pounds. Great legs, great arms.
Matt also unhelpfully suggested more than one somewhat bizarre theory to account for Emily's disappearance. Perhaps she had run off with Amish people, or she had been secretly kidnapped. Friends began to speak openly about their distaste for Matt, which had been brewing, it seems, for some time. The perception was that he abandoned Emily early in their relationship when he had moved back to Las Vegas to care for his son, leaving her heartbroken. From this point onwards, he was not well liked. He was characterized as possessive and demeaning towards his wife by her friends, and it was suggested that he had slowly, but purposefully, isolated her from them. Emily's friends were not the only ones harboring doubts about Matt and his story. Detectives with the Westerville police were thinking that things did not add up. Matt was brought in for a voluntary interview 2 days following the missing person report. Straight out of the gate, he told the detectives that he didn't do it, a statement that in fact had the opposite of the intended impact on the investigators. His wife was missing, so what was it that he didn't do? He also continually referred to Emily in the past tense throughout the interview. He was asked again to provide the timeline of events leading to the last time he saw Emily.
I've gone through this in my head with the timeline, and some of my times don't line up. I made a phone call when I thought I was sleeping. Okay. So, I mean, I could try my best, but I don't want to make anything false. You're human, right? Yeah, I'm human.
And Fox Stream Labs is frustrating.
It might
True
be.
that. Cokes out, boys. Cheers.
Specific times I
one time for
really
the one time.
Like, this is when I did this. This is when I did that. I could if I had my phone, sort of.
Just the best that you can. And I want to make sure that sequentially I understand.
Could you help me write it? Because I can't spell for one. I'm pretty horrible. Or like just kind of help me.
But if you need help with the word, I can help you spell it, absolutely. And I'm not here to judge spelling.
Matt's faltering memory was one of many factors concerning to investigators. They also believed that he may have had a motive to hurt his wife. He had initially framed their marriage as a happy one, but text messages pulled from Emily's phone suggested a different story. Matthew was at best misrepresenting the state of his relationship. At worst, he was outright lying about a marriage that was crumbling over disagreements that had become quite heated.
Same time she
Stuck
said,
a note in the bank right there.
And then the same day, we aren't talking. Reference your relationship, we're not talking. This was a month ago, so we're not talking. And she said, I don't want to talk about him, I'd rather focus on the future. By the way, Matt got really drunk last night, this was February. By the way, Matt got really drunk last night and said some things I don't think he can take back. I'm fine. I'm pretty sure we are not going to stay together. What do you mean by that?
I mean, we would argue about things, but I didn't think that it was that.
What was it that you said? She was mad that you couldn't. And she focused on one thing here. Matt picked a fight. Again, this is April. This is barely a month.
You would accuse me of picking fights.
Okay, but this was a month ago. Okay, this is heavy. Matt picked a fight with me yesterday and said some awful things. I'm not wearing my wedding ring. And that doesn't sound like somebody who's in a happy relationship. I thought my wife texted that to somebody a month ago.
I get it. I'm not going to say that those things. Of course, there was a roller coaster relationship, but it wasn't like anything that was anything you would think that someone would hurt someone. It just would be.
I'm just addressing the fact that you just told me the last 6 months have been bliss and innate.
Not yes.
Okay.
There have been levels of that, and you can check the other texts, and they are super. I love you. I'm going to say
I saw that. It's very much up and down.
That would go away. That would really go away. It would last for a night.
Will you acknowledge that that's some pretty heavy shit? When your wife said, "I took up my wedding ring. I don't think we're going to stay together."
It's not as heavy as you think.
In mid-September, nearly 4 months after Emily had gone missing, 2 hikers who were part of a search party discovered a body in a wooded area not far from the bike paths that Emily loved to walk. Police reported at the time that the area had been previously searched on no less than 3 separate occasions, at least once with cadaver dogs, and somehow nothing was found. It was later revealed that the paths nearby had been combed and cadaver dogs had walked along the wood line, but the area itself had not actually been entered to search. Dental records suggested that it was Emily that had been found, but due to the time that had passed, full DNA testing was required to be certain.
WPD is going to continue to conduct our investigation to try to figure out how the body got in the location of the dead on County Line Road. There's still a lot of work to be done. We do not have an autopsy report yet to actually even give us the cause of death.
A few weeks later, DNA testing confirmed that the remains were those of Emily Noble. She had been found hanged. It was an apparent suicide. It appeared that she had brought a plastic USB cord with her to the woods for this purpose. A water bottle was found laying next to her on the ground. It had been filled with alcohol. Her vape pen had fallen from her hand to her left-hand side on the ground. Emily had been left-handed. To those who knew Emily, her death felt eerily similar to, and maybe even symbolic of, one from only 10 months earlier. Emily's 18-year-old stepson, Joey, had died in the woods and in the same manner. Emily was no stranger to loss. Her first marriage had ended when her husband Mark, a musician who had battled with depression, had ended his own life. His actions had come as a complete shock to her. Roughly 3 years later, Emily would lose her mother in a fatal car accident, followed by her father to illness, both within the span of 12 months. The first autopsy report performed by the Montgomery County coroner determined only that Emily had died from multiple injuries of the head and neck. The formal cause of death was not determined. Law enforcement took these basic findings and began to dig deeper.
We asked for the help of the Ohio State University Skeletal Biology Research Lab. They provided a thorough report of their findings that included multiple facial fractures and multiple neck fractures that Emily suffered. We then provided our entire case file, the OSU report, and all the information that we were able to gather in this case to a strangulation expert. His findings were very clear. He said that this was clearly a homicide based on the injuries that were sustained and the mechanism of those injuries. He also gave his opinion that her body was staged to appear as though it was a suicide, and in his opinion, that was absolutely not the case.
It was the theory of the Westerville police that Matt had returned home with Emily on the night of her birthday, sometime shortly before 8 p.m. as he had claimed. But then they said sometime between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. he had killed her. The scene in the woods just off a path, the one that he had been directing them towards, must have been staged. Their expert claimed that there was no way that Emily had sustained the injuries to her neck from the USB cord. Almost as soon as Matt had finished with the attempted cover-up, police said, he then tried to curate the image of a worried husband. He called her best friend. He texted and called family members. He spoke extensively with police. Matthew Moore was arrested during a traffic stop in late September. The previous day, he had been indicted by a Delaware County grand jury on 2 distinct counts of murder and 1 of felonious assault.
Your head! Do not move! Yes, sir. Ready for it? Stick both your hands out this way, Matt. Both of them straight. Seatbelts on, seatbelts on. That's, just listen to what you're being told. All right. Take that and undo your...
There's no way this is a mistake, like Matt wanted to say. We knew he did this from the beginning, his family, or our family and friends. We just bit our tongue and let the officers do what they needed to do. And we knew this was going to be the outcome, that he was going to be arrested. And hopefully it will follow through and he will serve time in jail, hopefully a lifetime.
In a pretrial hearing in June 2021, prosecutors told the court that Emily had been severely beaten before her death and had sustained multiple injuries to her neck. The actual nature of her injuries would be later disputed at trial, but in the meantime, Matt was held on a $2.5 million bond. His trial commenced in August 2022. Immediately following the swearing in of the jury, all members were taken on a trip to the exact location where Emily had been found. The walk took them roughly 10 feet from a very busy road, across a bike path and into some dense woodland. To reach one side of the foraging area to the other required crouching or even crawling under and between various plants, shrubs, trees, and underbrush. The location raised questions about the plausibility of the murder. Could Matt have carried Emily to this location in order to stage the scene? Was that reasonable? The state's case hinged upon the testimony of the medical expert Dr. Bill Smock, who found that Emily's death was the result of a homicide. They also presented texts showing that Emily had been making future plans. She had been in contact with her dentist for a cleaning, for instance. Were these the actions of someone who was planning to no longer be around? The prosecution also highlighted the inconsistencies in Matt's statements, times where they believe he was caught in a lie and attempting to cover his actions. Phone records showed him texting friends between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. on the night of the alleged murder. Then around noon, he used an app on his phone to try to locate Emily's phone, which was in the other room of the home. In a 800 square foot condo, Matt chose to use an app instead of getting out of bed and just looking for her. Dr. Smock conducted his forensic analysis using reports from the coroner, anthropologist, and crime scene photos. The doctor testified that the crime scene was staged and that Emily Noble died of manual strangulation. There were 4 fractures on her neck identified, as well as breakage to her nose. According to Dr. Smock, the nature of the damage to her neck could not have been caused by the hanging. It was simply unheard of, which meant the way she was found did not reflect the way she had died.
Reviewing those crime scenes, you consider the totality of all of the evidence.
That is correct.
And what additional factors besides the ligature, besides the 4 fractures in the neck, besides her age and weight, did you consider?
I considered the nature of the scene. I considered the fact that she had an additional fracture of her nose, at the edge of her nose. That the injuries that she sustained were not from a ligature. The type of injuries that Emily has in her neck, the 4 here, are the type of injuries that you see with manual strangulation, not with a ligature. Doesn't exist in the medical literature. Never a reported case anywhere. Looking at that medical literature of thousands, more than 1,000 cases studied by forensic pathologists around the world, in women less than 110 pounds, it doesn't exist in an incomplete kneeling position. That's the totality of the evidence.
In rebuttal, the defense called Dr. Heather Garvin, professor of anatomy at the Des Moines Medical University. Her findings suggested that hanging should not be ruled out as a possible cause of death. Dr. Garvin pointed to a study that showed that up to 10% of hanging cases showed the same bilateral neck fractures that Dr. Smock claimed could not have been caused in this manner.
Back to a statement that Dr. Smock made under oath when he testified that there is absolutely no literature supporting that a 100-pound woman could have the 4 fractures and from a hanging. What, if any, opinion do you have with respect to that statement?
Well, it's obvious that there is at least one article, if not more, indicating that this fracture pattern can occur with hanging. While it may not specifically have a 100-pound, 52-year-old woman, there's lots of things regarding the scenario. And I mean, there's ligatures, there's health, there's bone density, there's a lot of different factors that go in. I would not be comfortable saying that this could not happen, given that it does.
Even the timing of the murder was brought into question. The state's theory that Matt had committed the murder overnight and staged the scene before returning home in the morning was supported, they said, by the flashlight that was left sitting out next to the orange extension cord in the garage. According to the state, Matt had cleverly drawn attention to the placement of the cord, but he had erred in also leaving out in plain view the very tool that had enabled him to stage the supposed murder in the darkness. But there was evidence that Emily was still alive on the morning of the 25th. John Kramer, the couple's former neighbor from directly across the street, told Sergeant Hollis that he saw Emily leave for a walk at around 9 to 10 a.m. on the day she was reported missing. They had a brief exchange of pleasantries. She seemed fine, he said. At least that was the statement John Kramer provided to Sergeant Hollis on the day that he responded to Matt's 911 call. This information was received later that day by Matt with some relief. It meant that Emily could be just fine. She had just left for a walk that morning. But John later retracted his statement. At trial, he claimed that due to his age, he may have been confused. Perhaps it was the day before that he had seen Emily, he suggested. The only problem is that Emily's cell phone records placed her an hour-and-a-half drive away from her home at 9:30 a.m. on the day before. The exchange that John and Emily had, therefore, was almost certainly, as he had originally stated, on the morning of her disappearance. In closing arguments, the prosecution summarized the facts as they presented them. The death was a homicide. Evidence that may appear to clear him, like text messages and the body cam footage, in fact only showed Matt's clever attempts to cover up the crime.
This is a staged suicide scene. Who on planet Earth would have an incentive to stage a suicide other than the defendant? Random, unknown suspect, the Westerville Strangler, who's manually strangling women in the woods, wouldn't take the time, the effort, the care to stage a suicide. What would be the point? And I was laying in bed, and instead of getting off the couch and talking to my wife about our plans for the day, I texted her, are we going to this party or what? In an 800 square foot condo? Hey, are we going to this party or what? And then what's he do? Hits that Find My iPhone app, right? Because it'll give you, look, now when I pull out my phone records, if anybody ever looks at it, see, I sent her this text. I didn't know where she was, and I did Find My iPhone. At the end, Officer Hollis and the defendant are standing out in the driveway.
Can I push one more?
And he says,
We're gonna go for one more.
maybe I'm crazy, but you just gotta come look at this. He leads him right there. He wants Officer Hollis to see it. Then look, here's this orange cord. My wife must have been looking for something to hang herself.
The defense questioned whether phone data indicated anything more than the ups and downs of a regular marriage. There was no hatred expressed. Nothing terribly harsh or abusive. These messages did not constitute a motive. There was no motive. There was, however, evidence of Emily's poor mental state in the months before her death.
24 years, over 150 jury trials. I've never had a harder closing argument than this, because honestly, in most, I've got evidence to attack. This case is totally speculation. Matt doesn't go into the woods and search for her, and so that inference should lead you to the fact that he didn't want to find her, and that should lead you to the fact that he killed her. And this is common sense of relationships end in divorce. And those that stay together, well, I submit that some of them shouldn't, and those that do probably argue every once in a while. Here's my point. When you look through these text messages with respect to divorce or not wanting to be together or those kind of things, the only time divorce is mentioned is when Matt says, if you want to divorce me, leave me. Just tell me. Never in here, and you heard me ask the detective, does he say, I hate you, I want you dead, I'm going to kill you, I will hurt you? Nothing. Please read them. Because the truth is, and you'll see in the counseling records, that Emily had a history of depression and anxiety. That she had struggled with prior loss and trauma.
Reality boys, we
Look
ain't
through the
dying.
records and
Nah,
see how many
nah,
times
nah,
you see
nah.
the word trauma and loss and grief and sadness.
Defense counsel Diane Menashe further questioned the state's theory of the crime, including the last-minute shift made in the state's closing argument that the murder actually took place in the woods and not in the house as they had initially submitted. Furthermore, Menashe argued that Matthew Moore was simply not the criminal mastermind that he would have needed to be to pull this off. Menashe compared her client to a child, not a criminal genius.
They come home from the bar. Emily changes to get ready for her walk because she's wearing her walking clothes. And then Matt follows her for an unknown reason. And we don't know if he's, according to the state's theory, changed his clothes or not, but we certainly know what he was wearing at the bar. They have that shirt. No burrs, no scratches, no rips, no blood. Remember that question about might you have a fracture in the nose if you have blood from a fracture in the nose? Nothing. And the shirt from the criminal mastermind is in the hamper. The hamper, and still not washed. Let's talk lastly about Matt Moore. We heard a lot, I guess the usual suspects, he's a mastermind. He's the same guy, and we're all, if we're not parents, we're siblings and we're children. And he's the same guy that's writing out a statement and asks how you spell the word couch. He asks how you spell memorial. And Matt, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but he's the same guy that reads while he's writing. When he's writing, he's reading what he's writing. And we all know, as people that have been around children, what that means. It's this same man, though, that would be able to stage a scene.
Sounds like he's just fucking dicking down his lawyer, you know,
put
just
the
talking so
alcohol in
highly
the
of
water
him.
bottle,
Jesus Christ.
put the vape pen next to her because she's left-hand dominant, would tie her shoes so tight that they wouldn't come off.
What a defense.
Know that the branch is taller than 6'3", 6'4". We know that. The cord is slung over the branch. It's not knotted at the top. And if you're going to actually stage a suicide and hang someone from a branch and you're 6 feet tall and the branch is like right here, you knot it to make sure it stays up, don't you? Look at that.
I don't know, I've never
She
murdered
flung it
anybody, so... Let alone stage a suicide.
The jury deliberated for less
Keller.
than 3 hours before returning their verdict.
Verdict on count 1. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment dated the 26th of August 2022, signed by all 12 members of the panel. Verdict on count 2. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 2 of the indictment dated 26 August 2022 and signed in ink by all 12 members of the panel. I think from day one, everyone's wanted justice for your wife, Emily. And I've heard that phrase a lot, and I think everyone truly desires that. But I think the jury has also said, justice for Emily is not injustice for you. And they reaffirmed that.
Jurors later told the press that not one of them had pushed for a guilty verdict in their discussion. The body cam footage shown to them on the first day of the trial set the tone. No one believed that Matthew Moore was putting on a show, and the prosecution never gave them a reason to doubt that. Some of the jury questioned whether the death was a homicide at all, while others believed it was, but regardless, there was nothing that proved Matthew Moore had anything to do with it.
Pretty much.
I'm Kevin, this is Just Thought Lounge, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yo, today's like the day of the dragon sword, I swear to God. This is like my 5th one. The dragon sword, you know?
The evening of January 2nd, 2020, emergency services responded to a house fire outside of Bismarck, North Dakota. Inside, they found 42-year-old Chad Ensel dead from an apparent suicide. But as more details were uncovered, it became increasingly obvious that there was no suicide. Investigators began piecing together a timeline of events leading up to the murder, and it kept leading back to one person.
Oh, this broad.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and this is Just Thought Lounge. JTL is the true crime channel that delivers serious, well-balanced coverage of the cases that really make you think. Today we're taking a look at the murder of Chad Ensel. This case takes us from a suspiciously staged crime scene through days of an attempted cover-up, as well as many failures to fool law enforcement, destroy evidence, and benefit from the crime. Let's take a look. It was Christmas time for the Ensel family in Bismarck, North Dakota, where they lived in late 2019. 42-year-old Chad had proposed to Nikki Sue at the wedding reception of a close friend a few years prior. They were married in May 2016 and were raising Nikki's 2 sons, Marcus and Christopher. Chad had quite a few hobbies. He coached at Little League, loved amateur race car driving, often played golf and darts.
Kill his mama, let's go. Hello? My shit just like freezes all of a sudden. Like, no thank you. Kill this motherfucker, dude. Dude, if he hits me for one more 30 or 29 this trip, bro, I'm gonna lose my goddamn fucking mind. Alright, let's see here. Let's throw on another fucking video, I guess, eh?
In the upscale Montreal suburb of Laval, Quebec, in the spring of 2009, 2 young girls were found deceased in the playroom of their home by their 2 uncles. What caused their deaths was unclear. The girls were dressed in their uniforms, ready to leave for school, but they had not made it into class that day. As shockwaves of disbelief and grief swept the family and the neighborhood, one central question sat at the center of this tragedy. What had become of the girl's mother, Adele Sorella? She was nowhere to be found. Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and this is Just Thought Lounge.
I watched this on my channel. I watched not this specific video, but I've watched this case before on my channel. But that bitch is crazy, bro. Absolute nutcase. Okay, Tokes up.
Had come in.
Tokes.
I'm assuming it's whoever unplugged the camera, and seen that the camera was unplugged and did not want to be seen, and they took their hand and they shoved it up into the ceiling.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and this is Just Thought Lounge. This is the true crime channel that delivers well-balanced, serious coverage of the cases that really make you think. Our attention was drawn to the case today from a channel member. It takes us to Raleigh, North Carolina in 2006, where 29-year-old young mother and accountant Michelle Young lived in a beautiful home with her husband of 3 years, Jason, and their 2-year-old daughter, Cassidy. Despite a marriage on the rocks, Michelle is 4.5 months pregnant with their second child and optimistic that better days lie ahead. But that was not the case. When Michelle is found dead after a severe beating in her home while her husband is away for business, suspicions are directed towards Jason almost immediately, and his refusal to assist investigators in seeking his wife's killer raises even more red flags. But he was out of state during the time that Michelle was killed. Or was he? Let's take a look. Michelle's sorority sister and close friend Shelley arrived at the Youngs' home on Birchleaf Drive at around 6:30 on the evening of the 2nd of November 2006. She came to have dinner and to watch Grey's Anatomy on television with Michelle. The women had dinner, bathed 2-year-old Cassidy, diapered her, and dressed her in fuzzy pink pajamas. They chatted about an argument Michelle and Jason had had over Michelle's mother Linda staying at their home for the majority of the time between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Jason was not a fan of these plans, or his mother-in-law apparently. Shelley said later that she had an eerie feeling that evening. She asked Michelle if she was scared to be alone. Michelle said, you know, Jason's heard a lot of noises lately around the house, but Michelle's thoughts were, you know, if someone's going to break in and their intention is to kill you, then that's what they're going to do. Shelley found this response unsettling. She said she felt like the two were being watched and asked Michelle to walk her to her vehicle before she left. That was the last time she saw her friend alive. At about noon the next day, Meredith Fisher, the younger sister of Michelle Young, retrieved a message on her phone from her brother-in-law Jason. He left on a short business trip the afternoon before and wanted her to stop by their house quickly and pick up some printouts that he has left sitting in full view in his home office. The papers are of a selection of designer handbags that he was thinking about as a late anniversary gift for Michelle. He had absent-mindedly left them out. If Michelle saw them, the surprise would be ruined. Meredith thought this request was a bit odd. Their wedding anniversary was 3 weeks prior, and Jason had left for his trip over 17 hours earlier. Surely it was too late, and Michelle would have seen them by now. Meredith lived only 15 minutes away and had the time, so she made her way over to the Young house on Birchleaf Drive, arriving sometime just after 1 p.m. Meredith didn't have her set of house keys with her, so she forced her way in by lifting the garage door. The first sign that something was amiss was immediate. When Meredith ducked under the door, she sees that Michelle's car was still parked in the garage.
612 kc.
Also, their dog, usually left out in their secured backyard, was barking loudly from inside. Meredith went through the unlocked door from the garage to the house. Walking through the kitchen, Meredith noted Michelle's purse on the floor, another unsettling indication that her sister was not at work where she should be. She calls her sister's name multiple times but has no response. When she reached the second floor, Meredith saw what she thinks at first may be dark red hair dye or possibly red nail polish splatter on the carpeting as she ascends the stairs. But as she follows that line of sight to her little niece's bathroom, she sees red stains all over the floor. These are tiny footprints marking up the bathroom floor and parts of the surrounding carpet. Then she makes her way into the master bedroom where the scene was much worse. Michelle was laying face down on the floor between the bed and the closet. Meredith immediately reached for the phone and dialed 911. As she does so, the comforter on the bed rustles and out popped Cassidy, who had been hiding underneath. She clung to her aunt while the call was placed for emergency services.
Emergency?
I need an ambulance.
Okay.
It's an emergency.
What address are you at, ma'am? Ma'am, what's your phone number in case I lose you? Problem, tell me exactly what happened.
I think my sister's dead.
Okay, tell me what happened, ma'am.
I have no idea. Oh my God.
All right, stay on the phone with me, please. What's your name?
Meredith Fisher.
Meredith.
And this is a young address. Oh my God.
Meredith, listen to me, please.
Yeah.
Are you with the patient now?
Yes, I'm her daughter. And
Okay,
she's
how old is the patient?
And there's blood everywhere. She's 28, 29.
28.
Should I try to move her?
Listen to me, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you what to do, but
Okay.
you need to calm down so we can help her. You said there's blood everywhere?
Yes.
All right, is she conscious?
No, I don't think so. Should I try to help her?
Listen to me, ma'am.
I'm listening.
Is she breathing?
I don't think so.
Have you checked?
Michelle? She's cold.
Okay. Listen to me. Did you see what happened?
I don't know. Cassidy, come here, sweetie. I'm here with our daughter.
Okay.
There's like blood footprints all over the house.
Okay,
Of my
listen to
daughter,
me.
like her daughter's little footprints.
Okay, listen to me. What's your first name?
Meredith?
All right, Meredith.
Yes, sir.
Did you see what happened?
I just came here on a fluke. I usually, don't come here during the day.
Okay.
She shouldn't be home. She should be at work.
Okay, listen to me.
Yes, sir. Hey, did you know what happened to Mommy? Did she fall?
Do you think she's beyond any help?
I don't know, honestly.
You don't know? All right.
I'm normally very good under
Okay.
pressure.
We're going to tell you what to do then, okay?
Yes, sir.
Are you right by her now?
She's still getting pretty good under pressure, honestly, for
So you're
finding a
not
dead
with her?
loved one.
I'm right outside.
She's just in shock.
Can you get her daughter secured? Can you carry the phone into where she's at?
Yes.
All right. Can you secure her daughter?
Cassidy, sweetie, can you stay in your room for 2 seconds, okay? Okay. Can you close the door for 2 seconds? I'll be right back in there, okay, sweetie?
All right. Can you get her on her back?
Oh my God. No. I don't think so. She's so heavy.
All right, see if you can get her on her back.
I really think she's dead.
Pardon?
I really think she's dead.
Okay. You can't roll her over?
Not easily.
All right, you're going to have to try.
Hang on, I'm trying to see if I can get her pulse.
We got to try to do CPR if we can get her on the back, Meredith.
No, she's like cold.
She's cold?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And her body is stiff.
Okay. Then don't try. If she's cold, then there's
Oh my God,
probably nothing else you can do.
Should I not touch anything?
All right. Try not to touch anything more than you did. Was anything out of place or unusual when you came in?
This place does not look like what it normally looks like.
Okay. What?
There's blood in the bed.
Okay.
No.
All right, try not to touch anything else, okay?
Yeah, I just need a pillow.
Like, come on,
Just
lady.
leave everything exactly where it is. now.
This place does not look like it.
Meredith was not able to turn over her sister and attempt any life-saving
in the bed.
measures.
Like, no
It
shit.
was undoubtedly
Like,
too
hello?
late for these efforts anyways.
He's
Michelle
asking
was
if the place
rigid
got
and cold
robbed.
to the touch. Meredith ushered Cassidy
Like, what the
outside
fuck?
of the house where the two waited. The toddler was not injured in any way.
That's
According to her
unbelievable.
aunt, little Cassidy did not appear distressed or traumatized at this point in time. We can't know what, if anything, she saw, but she was still talkative when emergency services first arrived, mentioning her mom had boo-boos and, according to Meredith, even referencing her daddy, although the context here is unclear. It's difficult to hear in the recorded call, but Meredith says that Cassidy mentioned her father while on the phone with the 911 dispatcher. She said she heard her say daddy early in the call. When she asked her further questions, Cassidy was using the pronoun he. There on that day, when we were in the fire truck, she continued to talk about her father, Meredith says. And later when we got back to my house, a child psychologist was there, but she had just shut down. What is curious about Cassidy when her aunt discovers her under the bed covers is that she is remarkably clean. Despite tiny footprints made with bare feet visible across whole areas of the flooring in the master bedroom and into the child's bathroom, there is not a drop of visible blood on her, and she was found by her aunt wearing a pair of booties. Cassidy was dressed in the same pajamas that Michelle and Shelley had dressed her in for bed the night before. Testing would later find trace amounts of blood on these pajamas, but nothing visible to the naked eye. Cassidy was also no longer wearing a diaper despite not being potty trained. Meredith says that she did not clean her up upon finding her at the scene. So somebody, after the attack on her mother had taken place, had cared enough to clean up the little girl before fleeing the scene. Footprints on the carpet leading to the child's bathroom abruptly stopped a few feet from the entrance, only to appear again inside on the tiling and a small step stool by the sink. The child was perhaps lifted these few feet inside the door. The markings are scattered in a chaotic pattern around the sink and the bathtub, and smudges are visible on the walls at about toddler height. Behind the door, more markings were found, indicating that Cassidy had been inside with the door closed at some point. There were a few drops on a towel next to the bathtub, but no traces of blood were found in the tub itself. A garden hose sitting out on the pathway in the yard was found dripping, and a portion of the walkway appeared to have been hosed down. However, no traces of blood were found on the hose, on the walkway, or on the ground nearby. Despite the messy nature of the scene, it appeared isolated to the second floor of the house where the master bedroom was located. Walking through the downstairs and the kitchen, there is no sign of distress. A sonogram of the young's expected son is posted on the side of the fridge. There was no sign of forced entry. There were only 2 small droplets of blood found elsewhere in the home, which were on the doorknob that leads to the garage, and these were determined to be Michelle's. No other person's blood was detected anywhere near the scene. The young mother's autopsy revealed that she died of blunt force trauma inflicted with an unidentified heavy, likely rounded object. She was hit at least 30 times. It was a violent and brutal attack. There were many signs that Michelle did everything she could to fight back. The property and the surrounding neighborhood were searched for a weapon, but none was found. The medical examiner did not offer an opinion on the time of death, which would become a critical factor in the investigation. There was a blood trail from the bed to where Michelle lay on the floor next to the open closet. There was also blood on the linens, which suggested that she was attacked while sleeping in bed. However, she was found fully clothed in sweatpants and a hooded sweatshirt. There was one sock laying near to her on the bedroom floor, and her treadmill was turned on, though it was not running. If Michelle had already risen from bed for a morning workout at the time of the attack, it likely occurred closer to 5 or 6 a.m. than, say, 3 or 4 a.m. Although the blood testing revealed little, the scene offered other clues. In Michelle's left hand, the medical examiner retrieved a single strand of hair. A small clump of hair was also found under Michelle's body, which testing revealed was from the same person. A jewelry box in the master bedroom had 2 drawers removed, and DNA testing showed 4 markers that did not include either Michelle or her husband Jason's DNA. Meredith said that Michelle didn't really have a lot of fancy jewelry except for her wedding and engagement rings, and she never took those off. Both rings were missing from her body when she was found and were not recovered, though the missing items seem to have been a contradictory piece of this puzzle. The brutality of the attack itself suggested that this was more than a robbery. Blood splatter on the door of Jason's closet next to where Michelle lay indicated that it was closed when the attack occurred. When responders arrived at the scene, however, this door was sitting open, suggesting it had been purposefully accessed after the murder. Unlike the jewelry box, there were no items missing from the closet. Additional unidentified fingerprints were found in the house, including on the printouts of the purses that Jason had been considering as an anniversary gift. These were found on an office printer with 3 fingerprints. One matched Jason, and 2 others were unidentified. Scattered around the master bedroom were a handful of decorative pillows, most resting on the floor. Footwear impressions left in blood on 2 of these pillows showed 2 distinct shoe types corresponding to 2 sets of adult-sized feet. One set was consistent with a size 12 Hush Puppy brand style shoe. Additional impressions were made by a different shoe type consistent with a size 10 Airfit or Franklin athletic shoe. Also in the office, the home computer search history was analyzed. Internet searches for purses were made on the night before Jason left. Also, MapQuest inquiries for directions between Raleigh and Clintwood, Virginia, where Jason was traveling. At an undetermined time, internet searches were made on the Youngs' home computer for anatomy of a knockout, head trauma blackout, head blow knockout, and head trauma.
Damn. That's pretty
The
damning
news of
shit.
Michelle's death reached Jason Young at his parents' home in North Carolina. Jason's sales trip in Virginia had brought him close to home, so he decided to visit and spend the night after his sales calls were complete. His mother and his stepfather waited for his arrival in person to give him the news. He arrived sometime later in the afternoon and appeared shocked and devastated when told about Michelle. As he and his family made the 4-hour drive back to Raleigh, a close friend of his, Ryan, had called and told him that the police were asking a lot of questions about him. Jason made the decision then not to speak with the police. He retained a criminal lawyer and refused to answer any questions. There were a handful of obvious reasons to immediately place Jason under suspicion despite his apparent alibi on a work trip, and his refusal to offer even basic information about his wife that could aid in the initial steps of the investigation helped the case against him. First, he is the husband, and the couple made no secret of their marital struggles. They often fought in public and shared their troubles with friends and family. Jason's infidelities were not well concealed, and his cell phone records showed as many calls home to his wife as to his girlfriend. More on that later. That whoever had brutally killed Michelle also took the time to clean up Cassidy seemed to also point in Jason's direction. The internet searches retrieved on the home computer were also curious, and the closet door left open held his clothing, which investigators surmised was likely a sign of him grabbing a change of clothes after the attack. Upon his arrival in Raleigh, police seized his vehicle, a white Ford Explorer. They also returned to his hotel room at the Hampton Court Inn in Hillsville, Virginia, where he had checked in the night before. There were no traces of blood found in either Jason's SUV or in his hotel room. Forensic analysts were unable to link any fibers from the hotel to the crime scene in Michelle and Jason's master bedroom. Testing of Jason's clothing and his luggage found within his vehicle also failed to return any links. His fingerprints were found in the bedroom, of course, although none of his fingerprints contained blood. Forensic analysis of the hair found with Michelle did not match Jason. Jason was examined by officers of the Wake County Sheriff's Office on the 7th of November, and he did not have any cuts, bruises, or other injuries to his hands or body, aside from a bruised and broken toenail. What investigators did retrieve from the vehicle did not help their case. First, they found a pair of Hush Puppy shoes size 12, but they did not fit the prints at the scene. In his SUV, investigators also found the hotel receipt from the Hampton Inn that had been slipped under Jason's room door between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. the night before, as well as the hotel-labeled copy of that day's USA Today newspaper, both inarguable evidence that Jason had been in his room in Virginia that morning. All of that meant that if Jason had committed the murder, he had to have done so within a strict window of time. Investigators set out to prove the theory that Jason had left the hotel at midnight, made the 170-mile trip back to Raleigh, murdered his wife, cleaned up his daughter, and then returned back to the Hampton Inn early that morning. The murder investigation lasted 3 years. Jason was indicted on first-degree murder charges on the 14th of December 2009 and went to trial at Wake County Superior Court on the 11th of May 2011. There was no direct physical evidence linking Jason to the crime. There were 6 fingerprints that remained unidentified. The missing pieces of jewelry, including Michelle's wedding rings, were never located, nor was there a murder weapon. There were, however, some curious circumstances surrounding Jason's timeline on the night of the murder that had investigators convinced that he was covering his steps. Jason Young purchased gasoline in Raleigh at approximately 7:30 p.m. on the 2nd of November 2006, and then went to a Cracker Barrel restaurant in Greensboro for dinner, leaving at 9:25 p.m. Jason is seen checking into his room at the Hampton Inn in Hillsville, Virginia at 10:54 p.m. Data from the keycards used to gain access to the hotel rooms showed that he entered his room at 10:56 p.m. and did not use his keycard to re-enter his hotel room for the remainder of his stay. Jason had started a new role selling electronic healthcare record software, and he was still getting his footing, so he says he spent about an hour in his room reviewing his notes and his pitch for the next morning. He realizes that he has left his laptop charger in the car, so he exits the room and goes out a side exit door to the parking lot. Since the exit door could not be opened from the exterior without a keycard, and he had left his keycard in his room, Jason broke a stick off a nearby shrub and stuck it in the door while he went to retrieve his charger. At about midnight, Jason is captured again by security cameras in the hotel, this time at the front desk and then walking down a hallway that leads to stairs and an exit door. He has purchased a cigar and a newspaper and was headed outside to smoke it. Jason says he again propped open a side door with a small stick from the flower bed so that he could easily slip back inside when he was finished his cigar. Similarly, it was possible to close the door to the hotel room such that it appeared shut but would push back open without the use of the key card. Firmly closing the doors made a bit of noise, and not wishing to disturb his neighbors, Jason opted for leaving his door slightly ajar in this manner so that he could slip out with his cigar and newspaper and then back in around midnight. If Jason did not slip back into his room and instead went directly to his vehicle for the drive back to Raleigh, he would have had approximately 2.5 to 3 hours to drive from Hillsville to Raleigh, arriving at his home at roughly 3 a.m.
boys.
Early in the morning on the 3rd of November, Hampton Inn clerk
that.
Keith Hicks noticed that the emergency door on the first floor at the western end of the hotel was propped open with a small red rock. Mr. Hicks removed the rock and shut the door. When Mr. Hicks returned to the front desk and reviewed the hotel surveillance cameras, he noticed that the camera was malfunctioning in the same stairwell where the door was left ajar.
Or anywhere between 4 or 5 a.m. I noticed that the camera was unplugged, facing to an exit, an emergency exit door.
Son?
So when I went around to do the papers and deliver the papers, I went up to the first floor, into the first floor hallway, went through the exit door, and noticed that the emergency door was propped open with a rock. And emergency doors you can, you can only access from the inside. There, you can't get it back in from the outside. So I thought it was weird that they were propped open. I also thought it was weird the camera was unplugged.
8.5 mil, 9.2 mil, boys. We started today with 200,000.
Yeah, I just kicked the door back. I kicked the rock out so the door was shut.
We started today with 200,000.
The maintenance of the camera issue.
We got 9 mil today so far.
But
Fucking A, boys. I'm all for it, man.
Yeah, you can see it from the bottom. You can see the wire in the back was pulled out.
We also bought Bandos
Hicks
Tassets
asked
today,
a maintenance worker, Elmer Goad, to plug the camera in again. Mr. Goad testified that if someone were 6 feet tall, they would be able to easily reach the camera's plug. The last image from the camera was at 11:19 p.m. on the 2nd of November, and no images were recorded until 5:50 a.m. on the 3rd of November, when Mr. Goad got a stepladder and plugged the camera in again. The camera worked properly from 5:50 a.m. until 6:34 a.m., but then, at 6:35 a.m., the camera was pointed at the ceiling. Mr. Goad put the camera back in position and focused it on the bottom of the stairs a few minutes later.
Maybe get 90 right
Anywhere 15, 20 minutes later that, while the breakfast lady was setting up her breakfast and everything was going on in the morning, I looked back at the monitor, and the monitor, the same camera had been shoved up into the roof.
Now, explain what you mean to this jury about shoved up into the roof.
Someone had come in, I'm assuming it's whoever unplugged the camera.
Yeah, I gotta go take a
that
piss, boys.
The camera was unplugged and did not want to be seen, and they took their hand and they...
I gotta take a piss super bad, but I'll be right back. Then we're gonna go kill the Vorkath some more. What KC are we at right here? We're at 617 KC. Man, I feel as though I'm gonna go over KC kill count for fucking Vorky for the pet. I hope I don't. I have a good one for you guys. Boys, listen up. Listen up. I got a good story for you guys. So I'm downstairs and I'm cutting some cake, some birthday cake, because I didn't have any earlier. I was a little full, you know? I let my stomach settle.
Shoved it up
Go
into
and
the
have,
ceiling.
The
cut
hotel
some
said
cake.
the camera was
My
never...
sister's like, oh, can I have some? I'm like, oh yeah, sure, it's ice cream cake. And I dropped the piece on the floor, and I just picked it up and put it back in the bowl. And I was like, oh, fuck, Martha, I dropped yours on the floor. And she's like, oh, I don't want any. I was like, oh, sure, here, let me swap pieces. You know, because I'm not just going to sit there and... Is it your B-Day today? No, it was on Wednesday, or Thursday. It was on Thursday. But I go to my sister, yo, let me swap pieces, and I just pretend to swap pieces, and she's sitting there analyzing it and shit, and she's like, oh, thanks. And she's like, what are you gonna do with the piece that fell on the floor? And I'm like, oh, I'll eat it, don't worry. But she's down there eating it right now. Yours is actually today? Well, fuck, dude, happy birthday, man. What the hell? Sheesh. Yo. Rep, let's pretend I gave you 10 mil, and then you gave me 10 mil for my birthday. So we can call each other even Steven, you know? You gave me 10 mil, then I gave you 10 mil. That's how our birthdays went. We even Stevens. Holy moly. I can't. God's testing me, bro. I swear to God, this motherfucker's testing me right now. I can't. I just can't. Nah, man. Think straight, Jack. Think straight. Don't do it. Don't succumb. Jesus Christ. The map is just a box with no room to train? Really? That sounds pretty fucking lame, honestly.
Never unplugged previously, and that the only other time that the camera was tampered with was several years prior when some guests snuck in and out of the exit door. The camera issues at the Hampton Inn meant, if nothing else, that Jason could have slipped out and back into the hotel unnoticed. There was not, however, anything linking him to the camera tampering. Jason was not shown on any of the images before the camera went offline, for example. There was a single fingerprint pulled from the affected camera, but it also did not match Jason's. 3 women from Jason's love life took the stand at his trial. His former fiancée testified that he had forcibly removed her engagement ring from her finger. She said she was left shocked and bruised from the incident.
Said something to the effect of, well, if I'm going to make such a terrible husband, then give me back my ring. And it went on for probably about 20 minutes. He cut my finger getting the ring off. Once I told my parents what he'd done to me, there was no way they would ever let me follow through on the wedding. So I told them, and then mulled it over for a couple days, and then I sent Jason an email and called off the wedding. It just blew my mind that he didn't care. No remorse whatsoever.
The jury also heard from 2 women with whom Jason had cheated on Michelle during their 3-year marriage. Carol Sowerby, a family friend, regretfully recounted a night spent with Jason Young when Michelle had been out of town. Perhaps the most damning evidence came from Michelle Money, a former sorority sister of Michelle's who was having problems in her own marriage. She and Jason had begun communicating regularly in September of 2006. In October of that year, over the week of Michelle and Jason's 3rd wedding anniversary, Jason spent a week with Michelle Money at her home in Florida. Around this time, he also admitted to a friend that he believed he was in love with her.
You actually engaged in an affair with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to his infidelities, the prosecution was able to
What happens
paint
if, like,
Jason
the
as a
fingerprints
less than
were
loving
hers?
father. When Meredith
You know, like the
testified, she
mistress.
explained that for years
Huh?
she and the rest of Michelle's family had fought a legal battle with Jason over access to Cassidy. But as negotiations were reaching their conclusion, Jason made a surprising decision.
Any attempts to talk to Cassidy on the phone, schedule a visit, cards that we sent, gifts that we sent were returned to sender, completely cut off. I thought we were about to reach an agreement for a visitation schedule, which is about a weekend every month and then about a week over the summer. And we had agreed upon what weekends those
Map
would be
upgrades, too.
for the
That's
schedule kind of throughout the year.
That's pretty
And
unique.
my attorney called us into the office to sit and review kind of the final copy. And everything was as we agreed upon, you know, January this weekend, February this weekend, and then come August 1st, that primary custody would be transferred to me. She would start school in Wake County. She would live with me on a full-time basis, and he would kind of be an every other weekend schedule to visit her.
And so in terms of this custody situation, did that come as a surprise to you?
Very much so.
In addition to receiving full custody of Cassidy, Michelle's family also filed a successful civil suit against Jason for Michelle's death. The standard for these suits is far lower than that of reasonable doubt in a criminal court. Jason did not fight the civil suit, which resulted in a default judgment against him. The amount of damages announced at that time was $15 million. When the time came for the defense to present its evidence, they aimed first to cast doubt on the prosecution's timeline, which placed Jason back at his home in Raleigh by about 3 a.m. A neighbor of the Youngs, Cindy Beaver, testified that she saw a light-colored SUV or similar type of larger vehicle exiting the Youngs' driveway at about 5:20 a.m. on the night of the murder.
The car was coming out of the driveway, facing forward. It wasn't like somebody was backing into the street. It was as if they were going to pull out face forward.
And this was at 5108 Birchley?
Yes,
About what time of morning was this?
That was probably around 5:20 or so, 5:20.
Wow, I was 1 second off getting that.
There's a little bit of a curve before you straighten back up again. And my bright lights hit the car. And there was two people in the car, a driver and a passenger. The passenger, I assumed, was a woman. I don't know. When my bright lights hit the passenger, that person quickly jerked their head away. It was, very obvious. And my first concern was, oh gosh, I've just blinded this person.
What type of car? Can you describe that?
Well, to me, it reminded me of a soccer mom car. It was not a station wagon. It wasn't a sedan. It was one of those vehicles like you carry kids around in or something. Okay. I'm not good at cars either. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. What about the driver? Did you see anything?
Yes, as I went on by, I was embarrassed about what had happened. So I purposely looked over to the end of the driveway where they are. I didn't know whether I should apologize or wave or say something, good morning, or whatever, or what I might be met with either, but I looked, and the driver was a white male, and I remember very vividly had his hands on the steering wheel like this.
If the vehicle that Cindy spotted on Birchleaf Drive at the Young house at 5:20 a.m. was connected to the murder, it would have been impossible for the white man she spotted inside to have been Jason Young. By 5:20 a.m., he would have had to have been back en route to the Hampton Inn in Virginia. The defense also called a newspaper delivery person that testified they drove past the Young house at 3:50 a.m. that morning and saw nothing. We know that Jason retrieved his checkout receipt from the hotel that had been slipped under his door in the early morning. Although the camera failed to show when he actually left, his cell phone records show a call to his mother at 7:40 a.m. using a cell tower in Whiteville, Virginia, on his way to his meeting. A key piece of the prosecution's puzzle was placing Jason on the roads in between the hours of midnight and 6:30 a.m. And they had this missing piece, they said, when the gas attendant who worked at the Four Brothers BP station took the stand. Gracie Calhoun had been monitoring the gas pumps at Four Brothers located in King, North Carolina that night, which is located at an exit along the direct route between Raleigh and Hillsville. Gracie testified that a man driving a white SUV pulled up to the farthest pump at approximately 5 to 5:30 a.m. and made repeated efforts to pump gas. After the man entered the store and cursed her because the pumps were not operational, Ms. Calhoun told the customer that at that time of day, customers must provide money or identification before the gasoline pumps would be activated. At that point, the man, who Ms. Calhoun identified from a photograph presented to her as Jason Young, threw $20 in cash at her and returned to the pump, pumped $15 worth of gasoline into his vehicle before driving off without collecting his change. To dispute Gracie's eyewitness testimony, Jason's defense team did the math. They tracked all of the gas receipts from the days prior to the murder and the night of the 3rd of November to determine how many miles per gallon is an average for Jason's Ford Explorer. They start with the full tank on the day before, which is an undisputed fact, and then track the distance he drove from his home in Raleigh to Greensboro for dinner, then on to the Hampton Inn in Hillsville, and up to the sales call at Dickinson Community Hospital the next morning. Then they add up the trip that the prosecution claims he made, including the $15 of gasoline purchased at the Four Brothers BP at 5 a.m. In the first scenario, the mileage aligns exactly, but in the second, the math just doesn't add up, they say.
This is Jason's first tank of gas. He stopped at the Handy Hugo's and filled up. Doesn't matter how much gas he got at the Handy Hugo's, it just matters that he filled up. What's the last miles per gallon? 19.55. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. He didn't have any reason to try to be hiding any gas. He didn't have any reason to pay for any gas that day with cash or stop at some strange place. He's not trying to hide where he is on this day. And look what that adds up to. 19.5. That verifies that the gas mileage I told you that looked like it might be a little much on his trip up there is not much at all. That's what that car was getting. It was getting 19.5 miles to the gallon. And think about this, if you're trying to hide yourself, you really don't want to run out of gas. You're not going to stretch it as far as you can. You're going to stop when your gas light comes on. If he used every drop of gas in that car, that's 20.386 miles to the gallon. That doesn't seem like a whole lot more than 19.5 until you do this math. He would have run out of gas 18.8 miles before he got there and been sitting on the side of the road.
When Jason took the stand in his own
Pretty
defense in June 2011, it was the first time he would tell his side of the story. He admits he is guilty of affairs, but not of murder.
Did her getting pregnant cause you to get married?
No, it didn't cause us to get married. It certainly expedited the marriage. It sped up.
It happened sooner.
Absolutely, it made it happen. It made it happen sooner. I think it was eventually going to happen. On my schedule, it would have probably been stretched out a little more. On her schedule, it would have probably been a little sooner. So it expedited both of those schedules. I remember Cassidy, in the toddling stage, toddling into the den, and she had a shirt on that Michelle bought that said, "I'm going to be a big sister," and I don't even think, just being the non-pay attention person, I don't even think it hit me at first. I remember just seeing more Cassidy and kind of thinking, played with Cassidy, and Michelle was looking at me kind of like excited-wise, and I remember looking again, and I was thrilled.
The result was a hung jury. 8 jurors voted to acquit Jason, and 4 to convict of first-degree murder. The state chose to retry the case promptly the following year. In the retrial, the judge allowed evidence relating to the result of the civil case from a few years prior. The same judge that oversaw that civil case also sat for the criminal retrial in 2012. This judge had submitted an opinion in the civil case that Jason was the slayer, a term used in civil law to judge Jason as the murderer of his wife. The jury heard this testimony.
There is an alleged paragraph 6, again reading verbatim from the record. In the early morning hours of November 3rd, 2006, Jason Young brutally murdered Michelle Young at their residence. Was a judgment entered? Yes.
Signed by the Superior Court judge, a judgment declaring within the civil statute
Kill this fucking guy, come on.
this defendant, Jason Young,
Give me the pet. I'm calling pet here,
to be
boys.
the
This
slayer,
Casey right
that is,
here.
that he unlawfully killed Michelle Marie Fisher Young within the slayer, within the definition of slayer in the civil law. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm calling pet right here. No, I fucked up. Yo, bro, how did I just hit them? I had to be 6 tiles away, actually, that's why. I got lucky. .92 ranged, boys. Huge. No pet. Fuck! No! I was putting money on that.
In the second trial, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Jason Young was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole.
Wow, when you thought, oh, it's all coming together?
When Jason had to go give his NSO, the non-testimonial order, and had to go down to the Wake County Sheriff's Department, and they took photos of his body, and he didn't have a scratch or bruise, nothing on him, it was going to be really hard for me to find him guilty. I guess really then on Friday before we went to deliberate, he gave out about a 6-page a document saying, you know, certain parts of the law that we could use and circumstantial evidence. There was a mountain of it. There was no direct evidence, you know, directly linking him to the crime. You know, we went through the timeline, the gas mileage, and it all worked out whether it was him or not.
Do you think that he had unplugged the camera?
Yes.
Have and probably had help. Probably did have help. That's what we had surmised.
An appeal was filed by Jason's defense team after the conviction, arguing that the judgment from the civil case and the arrangements for custody of little Cassidy should never have been admitted at the second trial.
As far as the issue of the evidence at trial, I think we know it's prejudicial because we already had a test case. We had the first trial, 8 people voted not guilty, 4 people voted guilty. And the only substantive evidence, viewing the record, that changed in the second trial was the wrongful death slayer evidence and the child custody complaint. And the verdict.
Man, why is this video only working like my left ear half the
12 to 0.
What is this horseshit?
His team won this appeal, and Jason was initially awarded a new trial. However, in May 2015, the state Supreme Court overturned this decision. And that's the story of Michelle Young and the conviction of her husband, Jason. Thanks so much for joining me to examine this case once again. I'm Kevin, this is Just Thought Lounge, and I'll see you in the next one.
Take Samantha's, I'll take all that. Give it all to me.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that. Instead, try this technique from the mind.
And then the next thing I see is...
Oh, shit. Let's see what the bank's at right now, boys. Gotta be close to 10 mil, right?
I saw the hammer go into Dale's head.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin, and this is Just Thought Lounge. JTL is the true crime channel that delivers serious, well-balanced coverage of the cases that really make you think.
Like a 400K
We're about
trip.
to take a look at a case that played out in Maricopa County, Arizona, where a man in a seemingly loving relationship was found brutally murdered and the main suspect, his beautiful partner. Hours of interviews and weeks of investigation would uncover a web of lies and reveal the secret life of a woman that would go to extreme lengths to get what she wants. If this sounds familiar, I should clarify, this is not the case of Jodi Arias. Though only 1 year on, Marissa Devois would find herself in the same courtroom on trial for her life.
Damn. This one seems like it's gonna be a banger. What's everyone in my chat saying? Oops. Sneeze so bad. Fuck, man. Oh my god. Oh.
This is the disturbing case of Marissa Devois and the murder of Dale Harrell. Let's take a look.
Harrell.
Dale Harrell and Marissa Devois first met as teenagers at Lake Havasu High School in the 1990s. Dale and Marissa were not an item when they attended high school together. Years later, though, when they were both in their early 20s, they reconnected after a chance meeting in Phoenix. Marissa was a single mother to a young daughter and paid the bills working as a stripper at a gentleman's club. Back then, she went by the name Reese Cup, a spin on her nickname Reese, which was given to her as a teenager.
Damn, let me eat you up,
Dale was a
Reese.
graduate in refrigeration and was launching a promising career. Their relationship
Reese,
developed while
what
the
a
two
fucking
lived together in
stripper's name,
Phoenix.
man.
After some
Reese
time,
Cup.
Marissa gave up her job at the strip club and the two settled down. Later, they married and settled in Gilbert in Maricopa County. Together, they had 2 more children. At around 2:45 a.m. on January 14, 2009, a frantic call came through to 911. The woman's voice on the other end of the line was hysterical and barely coherent. The operator was unable to get even basic information from the caller before the line disconnected from that end. The concerned operator called the number back and eventually reached Marissa Devois. Dale had been attacked, she said. He had been struck in the head and was in urgent need of medical assistance. Police were the first to respond to the house, where they found Marissa alongside a man they learned was the couple's roommate, Stanley Cook, awaiting their arrival. All 3 children were in the house, but in their bedrooms, the youngest 2 still fast asleep. In the master bedroom, Dale was found on the floor next to the bed, his head propped up slightly on the side of the nightstand. He was alive, but struggling. As the fire department and paramedics rushed in, law enforcement rapidly took photos in an effort to preserve evidence of the crime that had taken place. A blood-stained hammer was sitting in plain view on the desk in front of the side wall. This instrument was almost certainly the weapon used to attack Dale Harrell. Dale was rushed to the hospital. At the house, Marissa was placed in the back of one police car and Stan was placed in another. An audio-recorded interview with Marissa then took place at the hospital, where she was taken to check for injuries. Through tears, Marissa told detectives how she and Dale had been arguing that evening. Sometime around midnight, the two fought after Marissa declared that she wanted a divorce. She had spoken to an attorney the month prior and had the process underway.
So he grabbed the hammer, he was angry. Did he make any threats at that time, like I'll kill you, or any, did he make any threats against you, or was it more, right? A lot. Every day, every week, every month. Sometimes every day, like you have a good day every once in a while.
When the fight subsided, they slept for about 2 hours before Marissa awoke to find Dale over top of her, hand on her throat. She felt her life was at risk. It was Stan that overheard the commotion, entered the room, grabbed the hammer from where Dale had left it, and came to her aid. The attack was the culmination of years of abuse, according to Marissa. Her boss, Alan Flores, could verify this. Alan had even purchased a gun for Marissa to keep for her own protection.
Yo, Tyler, what's up,
this
dude?
gun, a pistol,
How
was
you doing,
found
my
in the
guy?
possession of Stan Cook when the police
Welcome to the
arrived at
stream.
the house.
When
You smoke weed?
Out front of when you said they were their attention to Stan, when they patted him down, they found a .22 pistol in his pocket.
What
Does he carry
the
that all the time,
fuck?
or so you feel you got that pistol for specifically to protect you?
Beta. What's up, boys?
Did your boss know what was going on with that? What's your boss's name? Alan.
About to be filled with degenerates.
The scene
Dude,
inside the
stream
master
about to be
bedroom was
filled with
analyzed to
degenerates?
determine
I see
what the
that.
physical evidence could reveal about the attack. Aside from the area beside the
I think another
bed, there
bong
were
rip?
3 spots where light spatter was visible.
What the?
On the wall above the bed itself, on a lampshade next to the same side of the bed, and on the wall just above where the hammer had been found resting on the desk. Investigators
Appreciate
deduced that Dale had been lying in bed on
the
his
fuck is
left
Burger
side,
Planet?
likely sleeping, when the attack occurred.
What's going
One
on in
responding
chat,
officer
Tyler? I have
reported that
no
he saw
idea.
light red marks on Marissa's neck, though these are barely discernible in the photographs taken of her when she reached the hospital.
What the fuck?
She told detectives that Dale had choked her and that she had, in response, bit at him, clawed, and scratched. Curiously, thought investigators, her hands showed a flawless manicure and no visible injuries.
What the fuck am I
Stan
watching?
Cook confessed to the attack. He gave very few details, but
I'm famous now. Let's go, baby. Woo! You're welcome. Kadeem has been redeemed. You want to see me take a bong toke? The fuck is even going on, bro? I'm so confused right now. Who the fuck? What the fuck is Burger Planet? Mer. What the fuck?
verified what Marissa had recounted.
I'm
The only
confused,
problem
yeah.
was that Stan had suffered an injury to his brain in a motorcycle accident years prior that had left him with
Yo,
issues
Bob
relating
Dobbs,
to short-term
what's up?
memory loss. This meant
What's Burger
that much of
Planet?
what he could recount to the police was somewhat questionable.
What's Burger Planet, homie? Explain. That was the first time I've died there in a while. What the fuck? Burger Buds? Burger Planet is a white supremacist streamer on Kick. Oh shit, that's pretty cool, I guess. Awesome. Awesome. Good for him. You don't fuck with the geezer? I just looked up Burger Plan. Apparently he's a streamer. Based response. The Burger Buddies, before the geezer gapers get here, I will destroy you legally. Alright, brother. You're good. When does the content start? Never, brother. Jesse, never. You're in the wrong spot. Bro, what the fuck am I watching right now, bro? Good luck, piece of shit. OG Geezer live. Yo, I am a piece of shit. Yo, I appreciate you. Do I like Trudeau? No, Trudeau can suck my flaccid fucking cock, homie. Fuck Trudeau. Straight up. Based. Yo, Trump 2024, baby. Let's go. I'm fucking Canadian and I still want Trump to win, for fuck's sakes. You want to have sex with a man? No. Should I make side so you sit here, loser? Bro, you do realize I work for the Canadian government, right? I take rocks and I crush rocks and then I sample them for minerals. You just said fuck Trudeau? No. I said fuck Trudeau. There's a big difference. I didn't say anything about me. You don't fuck with the OG militia? Gang, gang. So, isn't Trudeau dog food? No, he's a fucking joke of a fucking prime minister. So, yo, like, who actually is Burger or whatever this guy is, Burger Planet or whatever? I'm confused. Like, how did you guys find me? It's brand dog food. Oh, Burger buddies have your back. Word, word. Who is this Burger guy though? He posts to your channel. He's a streamer. Oh yeah, what a fucking G. Why would he post my channel though? I didn't do anything. I've never done anything like crazy. I found you by scrolling to the bottom of YouTube live streams and then posted you. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, shit. Caught him, man. Appreciate that, I guess. You gave me some entertainment for the night, bro. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, well, I'm ripping a fat toke, boys. Cheers. And he's attracted to me? No. Damn. Well, you know, he's not the first one. You know, he's definitely not the first. I've been at parties before where I've had to turn gay people down. Like, nah, bro, I don't roll that way. Fuck out of here. Cut him. Alright. Kadeem. Cheers, boys. And kicking is full of hate and sends racists. IP2 Trooper. Yeah, I kind of seen that. Cheers. Shit. God, trolls remorse. Gets rated, takes a bong rip to celebrate. Hey, what the fuck can I say? God, the cause? Harass small streamers? Yeah, I see that, bro. Harass small streamers? Yeah, I see that. Israel or Palestine? Bro, honestly, I don't give a fuck. Honestly, dude, I don't give a fuck. It's being real. Oh God. What do you think about the Indian migrants flooding Canada? EBM's World? I don't know what that is. EBM's World? But I think about Canada is a majority Indian now. I know that started when Trudeau became fucking prime minister, homie. He started importing them
by his own admission.
and that's how he's
After
maintained the
conversing with
majority of government for so long, actually, as a matter of fact. Because, well, I'm not gonna get into it. I don't really like politics, bro, honestly. They're all corrupt scumbag pieces of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think of those motherfuckers. Y'all are wild. Yo, I appreciate that. I agree. I don't appreciate that. I don't know why I said that. I'm just stoned. I agree 100%, bro. You ain't wrong.
And for several minutes at the house, detectives became very wary of taking him at his word. Despite the full confession, investigators were not buying the story. The physical evidence, notably the blood spatter patterns above the bed and on the side lampshade, dictated that Dale was in bed alone on his side at the time of the attack, not on top of Marissa. She had been cleaned up prior to the photographs that were publicly released, but police said that she and her clothing did not indicate that she was underneath Dale when the attack occurred. In fact, the stains on her clothing were consistent with someone who had been above the victim,
what do you guys think about
swinging an
that
object repeatedly.
Diddy situation, chat? I'm
Roughly 12
interested
hours
in
after the first 911
you
call
guys
was
seem to have
placed,
some wild
Marissa was
opinions
brought
here.
in for
I
a
want to
second
hear your opinions on the
interview,
Diddy
this time at the
situation.
Gilbert Police Department.
Rush or
Marissa's
Nickelback?
calm and
Rush,
at times
come
even
on
joyful
now.
demeanor throughout her
Kidding
discussion
me?
with the detectives also raised red flags. Not only was her story inconsistent with the physical evidence, but by her own account, she had been in a life or death struggle only hours before and witness to a brutal attack on her husband that had left him in critical care.
Dude, I'm dead here.
At the onset, the tone of the discussion was relaxed. Marissa recalled the beginning of her relationship with Dale, the fun dynamic the couple shared with their roommate Stan, and the nature of the life they had built together.
How my life? Free Diddy? Pierre for Prez? Yo, Pierre, yeah. Pierre 2024, baby. Trump 2024, that's what it's all about, baby. You only did anything
Over
wrong.
several hours, however, the tone shifted.
Can I suggest a
Marissa
clip to
suggested
review?
that Dale was unhappy with their financial situation and instigated fights over money. He always wanted more, she said. Slowly, the happy narrative that Marissa had been providing gave way to accusations of physical and emotional abuse.
She paid
a marriage that appeared happy but was, in fact, for Marissa, a living nightmare.
Can I fucking just kill this guy really quick?
Well, let's talk about that. Let's go to, you mentioned something a little bit ago too about the company that he's working for his becoming partner. Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna win, he fucking better, bro.
I mean, which is now he's having to prove, well, he wants a partnership, he's been offered the opportunity to buy in for.
Why not his name? Because he's rich? Who?
So he's working so much overtime, he's putting
Why not? Oh, the P. Diddy. P. Diddy.
He's having to step it up and
P. Diddy.
I
I don't know.
And
hard to say,
even
man.
though that's something he's good at, it's a lot more than what he's used to.
A libertarian PCs, yo, preach. Preach.
How do you feel about that? I would love to say that just...
Bro, I'm fucking baffled right now. I don't know what to make of this raid. This is definitely the most interesting raid I think I've ever had.
In the house, the better it is. Because you're not fighting, you're not arguing.
Can't say anything off the script or, you know, you're getting fucking axed, bud. On to the next one, you know?
Laughs and giggles and plays, what about with you? Does he spend genuine quality time with you?
Fall in line, bro.
He has been recently, but it seems to be recently after I have an episode.
Oh, where's Workless, bro? We need Workless back in this bitch.
I screwed up and I'm trying to everything okay.
By this time, investigators at the scene had determined that Marissa's initial assertions must be false. They did not believe that Stan Cook was responsible. The interviewer began to lead Marissa through the sequence of events and details of that night, seeking to align her account with the evidence at the scene or catch her in a contradiction.
Bro, I've been at 6,000
Eventually,
fucking
Marissa
man raids
confessed
for
to
so long
bludgeoning
doing
her
Vorkath
husband with the
600
hammer,
kills.
but only after she said he had
I'm
assaulted her
maintaining.
earlier that night.
It's actually pretty decent.
After exiting the bathroom sometime around 2:30
I've
a.m.,
gotten
she retrieved the
1,500
hammer
killing
from where
them, so
it
yeah,
had
I'm
been
definitely
left,
maintaining.
after recently hanging
Holy
pictures
shit.
on the
It's
bedroom
actually
wall.
crazy.
Through incoherent sobs, she explained how she held the weapon, pushed her husband from the bed afterwards so she could not see what she had done, and then she had the hammer taken away from her by Stan, who rushed into the bedroom and came upon the scene only moments later.
So Stan didn't have, and Stan wasn't. No. So how many times do you think he had?
What the fuck even happened in my channel, bro? This is a fucking terrible video. Can't even understand what that bitch is saying. Oh, that's not good. What an interesting raid, man. Like, I don't even really... My brain's still trying to captivate what the fuck just happened. Like, what the fuck? That was definitely interesting. Come here. I hit a fat, chunky one, man. That's what I'm talking about. Massive one. Come on, motherfucker. Just give me a pet, bro. Is it too much to ask for? Let me leave this godforsaken place. I'm already bored of this shit. I need new content. sure. Walk through two acid pits, bro. It's fine. Don't even stress it. Fucking kill this guy, come on. Oh shit. I never swapped my arrows this time. Shit. Incompetence. Kill him right here. Let's go some top. 100k drop. Nice. Take those all day. What in? Oh, come on now. No! No! Holy. A little too close for comfort right there. Alright, chat. Time is 11 o'clock. Shit. Okay. Should we try and complete a wave of barbarian assault? I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I need to do one for the thing. This achievement diary and never go back. One for the achievement diary and just never go back. Do I do it? Oh my. You know what? Tomorrow I'll do achievements. I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go to bed. I hope y'all have a good night. I appreciate everyone chilling. Um, pretty fucking, pretty fucking wild raid. Yeah. Wild fucking raid. Like, what the fuck? There's gotta be like AI or some shit spamming that. Anyways,